Again, it's Red Dead Redemption. We're in story mode right now. Doing the adventures. That's how I like to call them, John Brown.
Been shot. Looks like trouble got here before us. There's a camp just up ahead. Let's get ready for business. Any issues? Shoot first or bait. Alright, Charles, let's go take a look. Okay, fella. See there? Tents and a wagon. Looks deserted. Right, well, let's have a look around and make sure. Where is everybody? Maybe they heard us come. Be careful. Yeah, I'm being careful. Something's in here. Sure. Someone's still here. It ain't. I ain't so sure about that.
I ain't killing. I didn't kill her. I just shot at the barrel because I thought I saw something. Damn. They're like, nah, nigga, you shot her. What the fuck you did?
I see something over there. He's been shot. Let's be careful.
Oh, you just started.
Yeah.
It's not tripping out. Jesus. Okay, yeah, I gotta stop. Ooh. Oh, please let me hurry go. I can't say it no more, no faster. Just hurry up and like go to the army. But I don't want to rush it because
No, you don't want to rush it.
Because when I get in there, I ain't gonna have no phone, no electronics, no nothing.
Nope.
Then my wife, well, I already told her, I said, when I leave, I won't be able to have no type of fucking connection with you, so you just gonna have to figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, you say that shit.
It's what, 10 weeks? That's 2 months into 2 weeks? Then on top of that, I gotta go. After that, I'll be able to get on the phone because I'll be in school, right? In training, whatever it's called, the other training.
After basic training.
Yeah. The AI, the schooling part. Then there will be a little bit of wiggle room so I can talk to her. But other than that, 10 months straight.
You're not allowed to exist.
Right. I know the first thing I'm gonna do is make sure I take a picture of my motherfucking uniform. Somebody better come see me. I don't give a fuck who it is. Somebody better come see me.
There ain't no one here now.
In graduation. I'm trying to catch it when they have sign-on bonuses, man. But I don't know when they have it. But I don't think reserve like.
Only when you do the 4-year thing. I say just sign up for 4 years.
I can't see that. I can't be away from my family.
You're gonna be away with basic training. What the fuck's the difference?
The difference is 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years, which is the minimum. You're not going for the maximum, which is 8. 4 years seniority, better pay. More seniority when it comes to you getting a job on the outside.
I told my dad was like, I said, Dad, I was going to do reserve instead. He said, that sounds better. I was like, shit, because of my freedom. You ain't going to be able to do shit. He already knows I have ADHD. He knows that. He knows that I can't stay still. I'm not going to be able to stand, like, hell no. 4 years, nigga, I need to move. I need to see different sceneries.
You're going to be moving to see different sceneries. And the government will pay for it. Like, I don't
and then there's no time in between where
4 years of a plan that actually have you trained and have more skills than the adequate human being. And if shit hits the fan, they'll be hitting up the ones that are actually 4 years than they were the fucking weekend soldiers.
But that's why we reserve.
Yeah, but they won't give you the same information they give the active duty or the fucking servicemen.
Right. They don't give you the whole amount of what you're going to get. We just get, pay, drill pay when you go.
Not only that, like, look at you like, well, you're just a fly-by-night. Even if you are in reserve, they're like, that's still a fly-by-night.
But you know what I'm going to do? While I'm out, when I do reserve, is being hitting that gym and taking, like, other stuff. Well, I can fight, believe me, my dad taught me. Taking, like, self-defense classes and shit.
Well, they'll teach you that mandatory.
Yeah. I'll get her ass to self-defense.
You need to know your own, what do you call it?
All that weight she carrying around now, oh Lord. That's all I can say is, oh Lord. But I had a bigger girl than her ass was like, right here. She's like, boom! People was like, Jazz, how can I said, shit, I don't even. And I was with her for 10 years. Her ass right now, my wife's ass, oh my Lord. That's all I can say is, oh my Lord. That was it. Like, I just motivated me like crazy. Well, besides seeing her smile and the babies and stuff like that, but that was just a bonus.
Yeah.
She took my shit that I told her to do. I said, look, but I don't do it no more. I don't exercise no more. I don't know why. Because I've been doing it damn near all the time. I said, look, do some squats every single day. Wake up, go take a walk. You don't have to run. Don't have to run if you don't want to. But do a brisk walk. Do some kickbacks. Well, you know, this shit. Do some of these to work your hip flexors. Do some of these. You know, I left the jump rope there for you, so go ahead and use the jump rope. There's weights. If you want to use weights, use the weights. There's this little thing for our abs. So it's only on a little rolling thing.
Oh, yeah.
2 hands that's sticking out.
Yeah.
You just roll yourself if you want to. Or you just put your foot underneath the couch and just do your sit-ups. I seen her body. I was like, oh my God. She said, I've been following the plan. I see. She was not. Now that means I gotta get into shape. I can't be this little thing walking around and this woman got a big ass and bulky as fuck. Well, you can't look like she gonna whoop my ass. Literally.
Yeah, really.
He's all like, oh, Bath and Body Works. That's what I was, Bath and Body Works. So she want to carry on Bath and Body Works. And some other shit. That's all you want. And I want you to come home. Yeah, it's not time for me to come home. That's what I told her, which is true. Because I'm trying to...
As I said, you don't want to go back in empty pockets.
Exactly. I'm gonna get 2 cars. I'll get her a car, get me a car. And I already looked where the place was, the Walmart distribution center. It's in Colton, Riverside, Sierra Madre. That's up to 10.
Sierra Madre?
Not Sierra Madre. Marilona, where Lil Melinda is and stuff like that. That's Riverside County. San Bernardino, Riverside County. That's where that's at.
Yeah, but once you work at this one and you go into the military, you can automatically fucking transfer.
Yeah. So, like, I just want to stack. Just however long it takes me to stack, I don't give a rat's. If it takes me 2 years to stack, it takes me 2 years to stack, however much I want. Then be like, okay, like y'all, I'm about to bounce. Here's some money. About to, you know, I got my car, I'm about to roll. It's gonna take me about like 2 days.
Well, it depends on what freeway you take.
Yeah.
You always want to make sure you're not taking like the major freeway.
Yeah. But from Texas it was 2 days, but from here to California it's probably 4 days.
4 days probably.
And then we're gonna probably go get married. Married, not common married. And find a place to go. Still working, you know what I mean? Like you said, transfer. I'm already in the military. That's good.
And you'll have a fucking job.
Exactly.
And they'll put that right in to be like, yeah, good worker, always on time, fucking expedient, fucking mannerism. And military trained.
Well, oh yeah. When shit go down, she'll know what to do. Hell yeah, motherfucker. And then again.
Oh yeah, they might try to have you on a late night, be like, just in case, you know, shit's kind of weird. You see ashtray?
Oh, sorry, okay.
Like you'll be able to fucking maneuver more.
And then probably. I don't know where she want to live at. I mean, she wants to live in LA, of course, but she doesn't want to live in the hood anymore. I said, well, baby,
regardless of where the fuck you live, you really just want to make sure wherever you live.
You got a car. That's the main thing. She
not only got a car, but if you live in a hood, like just fix it up.
She tired of it. She don't want to be there anymore. She's all like, I'm ready. I'm ready to move.
You ready to be around some white folks that don't like niggas?
No, she's ready. She's ready to be.
Where's she gonna move to? Is what I'm saying. You're either gonna be around an area where they don't like niggas, or you're gonna be in an area that don't like niggas that's predominantly Mexican.
Heck, that's all that's out there, man. What? Really? You think about what? If you go in
Yeah, there are like communities in Texas.
No, she ain't in Texas. She don't want to go to Texas. She don't want to be, look, because her mom is ill. So she don't want to be too far. She don't want to really be close.
She wants to be able to just go down to her mom's house if she wants to.
Right. And what my plan is to set us both up gradually. Not gradually, but set us both up where, okay, look, and I'm happy that I got those stocks too. So I'm not even gonna worry about that.
That's monthly income that you don't even have to do anything to. You just gotta leave it alone. You gotta leave it alone for a whole year.
Don't even, like you said, just forget about it.
Yeah, just forget about you.
I mean, I'm gonna lose money and I can also gain money.
No, you're gonna gain more than you lose because the weed stocks are gonna be going up once they fucking get the government to be like, okay, we can't classify as a drug anymore. Because it has way more medical uses than it does.
But see, what it is
this government hasn't been able to tax it.
Right.
That's the whole thing.
How to tax it.
Yeah.
All they gotta do, if it's a business, motherfucker.
No. You gotta understand. Black people always looked at businesses as one clear-cut thing. How can I use this business to make sure niggas ain't around me? They don't make any type of business or any type of organization so niggas can have access to. That's the whole point. I mean, look at Comcast and Byron Allen. He's suing their ass because they literally only give black revenue, I think 6.3%. Yeah. And if Comcast wins their case, they literally don't have to give us anything. So if Byron Allen wins his case, and niggas are literally out there saying, yo, you're not gonna just soft shoe us.
I'm waiting.
Like they did our grandma and grandpa and our mother and fathers. Yeah. Then they get paranoid. Because they're like, wait a minute. These niggas ain't singing and fucking, marching. Like, these niggas is like organized, telling motherfuckers like, yo, we'll put money together. We got this organization, we got this organization, we got that organization that will handle said business. But we need the funding to be able to make it work and be able to make sure that once we have it working, it keeps working.
That's true.
Because the main thing Professor Blacktooth told, it is a fucking fundamental fact. If niggas really want to find out what the fuck is going on, if we can't buy, we can't spy.
You know what make me want to go watch right now? Because you just said
the spook that sat behind the door.
Yeah, damn right.
I tell you, you want to watch that right before you go to fucking recruiting. What time is it?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna make sure I got a blunt for mom so she get home. I'm like, damn. Fuck, we didn't even buy no goddamn blunts when we were fucking out. Fucking hell, man. Alright, do I want to deal with Micah's ass yet? Because I'm like really irritated by the offer. It seems awful.
We got out of worse situations than this. Done plenty of bad things and we've all forgotten about them. Don't take Dutch's patter about redemption too seriously. We're doomed. Just like every other creature on this rock. But unlike them, we'll go down fighting. Is that what you believe? I don't know, son. I don't know what I believe. Apart from wishing I wasn't gonna find out sooner than I'd like. What do you think, Andre?
Do too much thinking, Jose.
Killing's more my thing.
I don't believe that for a second.
I'm gonna go drop this food off. We're gonna have something to eat. That's my spot. They good enough, didn't I?
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what you can turn that into. Well done, Mr. Morgan. Thank you. This'll help us, Stu. But make sure you get a good price for it. Good job, Mr. Morgan. I've come up with some ideas for ways we can improve things. I'll need you to go find me the right materials before I can make that.
Actually, I think I'm gonna try to keep the game in this progression and then literally start a whole nother.
Boy Scouts. A few changes never hurt.
Let's do some chores. How y'all ladies doing?
Yeah, I like this spot. It's a shame we never robbed that bank in Valentine, though.
Yeah, yes it is. Well, let's get back to it.
All right, then.
Morning.
Morning.
So,
They ain't bored of this place?
Yes, ma'am.
all things considered, it ain't that bad.
Sure thing.
We'll feed the horses. I'm doing the chores. It's always good to feed the horses. I was gonna say, I'm like, is that all okay?
Beside myself, I was. Ask anybody. I miss the calendar boys. I miss Jenny. But the silver lining of it all is that there was no more of you. And then you come back. That's when I realized that fate is a vindictive bastard after all.
You cool?
No. No, I don't.
Jesus alive!
You keep your dirty, horse-shit-eating hands off me, or I'll stick a knife in you boys.
I love it when you talk nasty to me.
You're an idiot.
Why are you dressed so ridiculously, sir?
Hey, stop talking about my height like that.
Good. You need to keep those horses strong.
Well, that's just what I do.
You okay?
Yeah. So tell me, was that bad in Valentine?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Enough to need to move, that's for sure. Okay, I'll catch you later then.
All right, Arthur.
Think you can make this place work?
Don't I always?
Sure. All right, well, I should be getting on.
Sure.
Call that Hosea. Strong Hosea.
It's good to be warm.
Sure.
So what do you think, Arthur, of Dutch's latest plan?
You know me, I never did much thinking.
I know you like to I'm the angry moron act, but it's a thin enough veneer.
If you say so.
Time to start thinking, Arthur, before it's too late.
And you.
That's a new look.
Another new marker for you, Mr. Stroud.
Yes, indeed. And you're away from Valentine.
Not that far away. Okay, well, let's talk more later.
Yeah, sounds good, Arthur.
So, Arthur, is it true about the bad luck?
What bad luck?
I just broke my pocket mirror, and I heard the old ma saying that a broken mirror means 7 years bad luck.
7 years? But we won't see 7 years out. Don't be ridiculous. But if I find a mirror on my adventures, I'll bring it back for you.
Thank you, Arthur.
Anyway, I won't disturb you.
All right then, Arthur.
Anybody else need anything?
You behaving there, O'Driscoll?
I'm not no Driscoll, sir.
Sure. How are the horses?
Okay. I mean, well, but they could be better. I'm worried. They've been through a lot. If I had some burdock root, just a couple, I could knock up a poultice, could keep them well, and cure some ailments.
Burdock root?
Yes, that works best.
Okay. If I see some, I'll bring it you.
Well, thank you, sir.
Here's some of that burdock you wanted.
Oh, you actually... Well, thank you. So make a good batch, all right?
Okay.
I gotta buy Miss Lady from. Hey. Oh.
Are you well, Mr. Morgan?
Well, I'm alive, Miss Grimshaw.
These girls, Mr. Morgan, they're driving me to despair.
What?
No gratitude. And no
I'm
faith.
married.
This younger generation. It saddens me. The world is ruined.
You shocked?
All right, well, I should be getting on.
Whatever.
Hey, hey. What? Sorry. It's too tempting. You're interrupting my beauty rest. How you doing?
Not bad.
Good.
What are those clothes? You look ridiculous.
I didn't buy.
How you doing, old friend? It's funny. Us ended up down here. My daddy died in the field in Pennsylvania, fighting this lot. I ever tell you that? Many times. I see I'm boring you, Arthur. What do you mean? Well, spend back there. We have lofty goals, Arthur. We're trying to reform society for kinder, truer, better
Better
ways.
way.
Of course, there's gotta be cash. We're thieves. World don't want us no more. We are dreamers in an ever-dark world of facts. Now, I'll give you that, but come on. We got
Where we
to
go?
pay. This nice house. Old Jose said there's a trick around here. I reckon it's full of fish.
Oh shit. Let's do it. Hosea, where you at?
Hey, old girl, come on down here. Why don't you show us this crick you've been dancing in? Don't look too rosy, old friend. I thought this warmer weather would hide it. Always green. Let's go. Come on, man. What is that? Fish here. It's a whole lake. I need to get out for a bit. Me and the old guard. Before any of them back there. Oh, there was us.
Curious couple and their unruly son.
It feels good here. You did well finding that spot, Arthur. More Charles than me. It's like I can breathe again. Thick and soupy as this air is. Might even do your whistling pipes some good, Hosea.
I was once in this country with Bessie. Feels like a lifetime ago.
It was a lifetime ago. But what a life we have lived, how well we have fought, especially both of you. I hope so. But now, when things are desperate, we have to stick with the plan. Make enough money, then find somewhere where nobody will find us. Where we don't have to hide.
Like where?
I got some ideas hatching, but I need you with me, not against me. Both of you. Of course. Still, we do need money. So keep a low profile, especially in the local town. After
Really?
Valentine, I want everyone on best behavior here. No trouble. But start turning over the soil and the rocks. See what turns up.
Dutch, we've got to be discreet.
Imagine what a slew of rich simpletons there must be down here. Oh, this is perfect for you, Hosea. You'll be able to play them like a fiddle.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure, but
No buts. Not today. We fish and we enjoy the day. Looks like law up ahead. Play it cool. Oh,
Oh shit.
hello, gentlemen. Well, look what the cat drug in. Well, look who it is. Quiet back there. Let's see if we can't sort this out. How are you, boys? Right. It's quite some country you have here.
Like it well enough.
Hoagie McIntyre, at your service.
Lee Gray. This is my deputy Archibald McGregor.
Good to meet you.
You a Scot?
Partly. The best part.
Of course.
Now, tell me, sir, what did the silly, fancy fop back there do? Nothing too terrible, I trust.
He was accused of running a gold mining investment scam.
Oh, no. I'm sure he wasn't. He is a magician. I know him. He's a fool. But he is not a bad fellow. Now, can we just...
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Shit! The Anderson boys. I can't have more scandal.
Well, allow us to help, my friend. Arthur,
Chase wanted man.
and take Archibald with you.
Just what I signed up for. Come on, big guy.
Perhaps we can discuss the foolish magician.
Stay with that train. Don't let them get away. And do not shoot them, you hear me? Come on, hurry!
All right.
Almost went off the damn track.
Will you relax? We're not losing.
Faster, come on! What's your name, sir?
Arthur Callahan.
Faster, Mr. Callahan, please. My neck is on the line here.
I get it. I'm doing my best. So what are these fellas wanted for? Looks like the son of a bitch is gonna make it. You sure I can't just shoot him?
No, did I not say that?
You said plenty.
Goddamn cowards, hide behind that man! Ooh, that must have hurt. Leave him. Stay with that train. The train is slowing.
Yeah.
Get alongside that flat carriage. You think you can jump on there?
Me? Why me?
Because you ride like my grandmother.
You are something else. Sneak up, bastard. I didn't do nothing. Damn you. That's enough. Damn it.
Oh shit. Oh fuck, I ain't kill him.
I'll stop the train.
You're only making it one.
Come on, shitbag. Don't let them get away.
Look, I'm the motherfucker running and jumping and shit.
Damn bastard.
Get the hell away from me.
Goddamn.
Don't lose him. sounded like quite a commotion. Is that him?
I sincerely hope so.
Old Anders Anderson.
What now?
Take him in, come on. Fine job, well done. Pat on the back for me for stopping the train. There you go. You are a natural. All right, let's take him in. Follow me.
What about the others?
Oh, we'll round them up. Anders back there is the brains of the operation, and that's really saying something.
You're the boss.
That was mighty impressive, sir. I have to admit. I'd hazard a guess you've served the law yourself at some point.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
Are you familiar with the area here?
No, not really.
On your right here, these tobacco fields? This is part of Caliga Hall, big estate belonging to the Gray family.
Looks bone dry.
Yes, we are in dire need of some rain round here, let me tell you. The Grays have lived in Caliga Hall for generations. My family's been working for them for years. Sheriff Gray's the one I know best, of course, but they own half the businesses in town.
Which town?
Rhodes, sir. You don't know it? Where we're headed right now. Ain't what it was before the war, but it has its charms. I'm sure you already know of the Braithwaites.
Like I said, just got down here.
Another big family in these parts. They have an estate west of here. Awful people. Truly awful. They've been fighting with the Grays for as long as I can remember.
Sounds like quite the place you got here.
We're gonna bear left here.
Hey, I'm trying, okay? Give me some rocks.
Here we are. Welcome to Rhodes. Up there on your left is the Rhodes Parlor House. Very reputable saloon owned by the Gray family. We also have a general store, gunsmith, post office, train station, of course.
What more do you need?
Oh, good, they're back. And that's your friend, right?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna stop just ahead on the right, outside the sheriff's office. Can you grab Anders off your horse and carry him in for me?
Why don't you fucking do it?
Hey, fellas.
Don't be doing all this extra shit.
Mr. Gray! We got him.
Harrington, I told you Arthur would deliver. Man has a passion. It's wonderful.
So, not my friend here. Your idiot friend is free to go. No more trouble from you, partner.
I promise you, this was all just a big misunderstanding. However, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Now, I'll pretend to appreciate that. Mr. McIntosh, it has been a real pleasure. The mostly good citizens of Rhodes, we welcome.
Be here.
Make your friend behave. We got enough trouble from some of the residents, old-timers who've gone, sadly, to sea and lost their dignity.
Oh, terrible. Come along now. I will keep this fellow on the straight and narrow.
Come back and see us sometime soon. Excuse me, gentlemen. Oh, these better be ugly rooms. Is it true you were seen talking to that wretched Penelope Braithwaite?
Can't thank you enough.
Where have you been? Around? Where you staying?
I'm renting a caravan at the edge of town behind the church. It's horrible, but no one comes looking. The whole town is trapped in this terrible feud between the two families. His lot, Gray's.
Man, I know what you're looking at.
Why you getting over there? Why you getting over there?
Let me take it off.
I have missed you, boys. I've heard about that.
Price on my head for 13 years. Must find us down here. It seems like we can have a little sport.
They're good mountains.
Lady Hideous.
Some fellas I met in camp near the state line said there was talk of it in bars in the north and west for 500 miles. Well, super agents. Some say.
Super agents. I'd love to meet one. It's just talk.
I'm sure it is, but I couldn't tell you.
Stay out of trouble. Thank you.
Take your trailer. He's a fucking weirdo.
Okay, so these two plantations then. Arthur, you start sniffing around the Gray's place, see what the story is there. Yeah, I passed by it earlier with our friend, Archibald. Good. Hosea, you see what you can find out about these Gray places.
All right. Thank you, Arthur.
Quite a fishing trip. There's still time. I'm up for it.
How about you, Arthur? Or have you had enough of the chase for one day?
Yeah, we going fishing, nigga.
Great. Hosea, why don't you lead us to that spot we were talking about? Kinda like this place.
Okay. Let's see if we can avoid any more excitement.
These things.
Well, which name was he? Yep.
Just run over leading me.
It's a bit of a ride still.
Oh, there, you just killed the bitch.
It's the same lake we camped on, just a different pipe. It'll be worth it. I saw some big drum and sturgeon there. Should be rock bass, bluegills, perch, pickerel too. It's a good spot.
We'll see if you're as good at catching fish as you are at catching criminals, Arthur. Lonnie owes me for that.
Trelawney owes everyone for something, but his information is good.
Plus, we are now ingratiated with the local law. I'd say it was a worthwhile diversion.
No, we just played like we're a bunch of bounty hunters.
Huh?
Like we're bounty hunters.
Anyway,
Now we're on the slave plantation place.
Kind of forgot.
apart from scaring the living daylights out of Mr. Strauss.
That was about the only upside. John and I didn't even have time to get paid for the sequence.
I felt the way.
Safe to say, Mr. Cornwall isn't a man.
And you don't even need birds.
Ambushed
No,
us in the
Mike.
saloon. He came with a lot of guards. What seemed
I said, Michael, and you don't even need what? You don't need the Murrays, huh?
closer shades, but not that
That's
many.
Cornwall found us. The Pinkertons couldn't have been far behind.
They found me when I was fishing with Jack. Listen, it was good we moved when we did, but that mess is behind us now.
Yes. Jack told me you were a good teacher when you took him fishing. I said he must have you confused with someone else.
You suck, Hosea. Funny.
So what did Trelawney say about those bounty hunters? What you think? I told you. I've had bounty hunters after me for years. When was the last time I didn't have a price on my head?
Seems a little bigger now, Dutch.
Super agents. That's just Trelawney over-egging the pudding like the showman he is. Unless there's a new breed of special man I don't know about.
This is the spot. Down to the left there.
We were just down here.
Ooh, I saw some boats around last time. Be good to get to deeper water.
Hey, those the boats you mean?
Yes. Good. I'm sure nobody would mind if we borrowed one of these. Come on. All right. This looks like a fine vessel.
Okay. Come on, Arthur. Let's get her in the water.
I got a good feeling about fishing here.
It's supposed to be some incredible sturgeon.
Oh, okay, here we go.
It's a pretty nice boat.
Boys are too old for real labor.
It's not really big. But that's a pretty nice boat. It's not really big.
Found the what's his name? But he's gonna open up one in Maine and someplace else. The black guy who opened up the campus.
What about stupid luck? Good fish.
That'll do too. Get us a bit deeper. I think here's good.
All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
You really come here at dawn or dusk. That's when you catch the best fish. If you use a lake lure, that'll give us a much better chance of hooking something big like a sturgeon.
My boy
Shoots himself.
No, he didn't shoot himself.
Good for tiddlers.
He didn't shoot himself.
I know he didn't shoot
No.
himself.
He didn't shoot himself. That's bullshit.
You done got your sturgeon.
This one's not nice.
Let's bait up.
A lot of them,
Keep the lure moving.
they're leaving something and going to this.
Fish is fast into the
You know, all that freaking medication that they got motherfuckers using.
Jeffrey Epstein state seeks to form fund to compensate accused. Yeah, right. 10,000 pets needed for scientists. No, you don't. Bullshit.
Remember that time we sent Arthur out fishing? He came back with 3 beautiful bass.
Yes, again.
I don't think I do.
Oh, yeah. You do. He was maybe 20. 21. Walked in all full of himself. We had a big feast. Toasted him all night.
This was 15 years ago.
Oh, I remember now.
Then, the next week, Arthur and I are at the market, and Fishmonger calls out, "So how did you enjoy those bass?"
You can fish?
Come on, Gravity.
Yeah. To that black Russian.
I used to go fishing with
Hey,
his
listen,
brother back in the day. Wesley, his name was. Real miserable.
So I don't know what time they're coming Monday, so I'm being outside at 5 o'clock.
But
Alright?
one day,
Yeah.
we were river
I
fishing.
don't know what time they're coming
You
Monday.
procession going over the bridge. Out of the blue, Wesley stands up, takes off his hat, bows his head. Then sits down, picks his rod back up, and carries on. Doesn't say a word. So I'm a little surprised and say, Wesley, that was nice of you. He replies, well, felt I had to. After all, I was married to her for 30 years.
God damn.
This lady whose husband had two types of cancer. I saw her today. He died October 6th. No. And I told her. She said, you know, she said he loved you very much. No. When I first at him. I said, when I see you, I said, can you bring me the... She said, yeah, I'll bring it to you. She said, I'll bring you coffee. I said, okay. And her kids are, you know, around her. I mean, sure she stays, you know, active.
Grounded.
That's good. Because as soon as she went to hospital, and I told her, I said, he didn't want to go there. I said, but he knew that he had to get permission.
Oh, what's that?
So I can just turn it off?
Yeah. Yeah, that's your mom.
I can only imagine.
Still, I loved her. My own way.
Yeah, that's your mom.
Somehow, even from the grave, she managed to have the last laugh. There you go. That's a nice one.
That was real up nice. Got ya.
Hosea's starting to catch shit. Let me try one more. You ain't got no more stories? That's it?
Looks like you got a bite, Arthur. You hooked him? Good job, Arthur.
Thank you, Jose.
Keep
All
it
right.
one, eh?
Hey, I reckon we call it a day, Dutch.
Already?
You ain't been chasing down outlaws. All right. Think we got a decent haul here. Pearson will be happy. Should we head back?
We could keep the boat not too far back to camp from here.
Good idea. Could be useful. What about the horses? They'll find their way back.
Just follow the shore south, Arthur.
That was fun. Thank you, boys. Now, Hosea,
Yes.
how about a song?
Okay. All right, I got one for you. I asked that gal to give me something.
Give me some.
I couldn't wait till the tales was done. I couldn't wait till the tales was done. Threw her on the floor and knocked off some. I wish to God I'd passed her by. I wish to God I'd passed her by. Taters got burned and so did I.
Damn.
That was pretty good. But you know, what song we should be singing?
What?
Look at us. Three.
Of course.
Well, we three poor mariners newly come from the seas. We spend our lives in jeopardy while others live at ease. Shall we go dance this round, round, round? Shall we go dance this round, round, round? Hey, that is a bully boy. Come pledge me on his crown. We are martial men that do our state's disdain, but we care for the merchantmen that do our state's maintain. To them we dances round, round, round. To them we dances round, round, round. And he that is a bully boy, come pledge me on this
Y'all motherfuckers are crazy.
Well, you know, we should not let the folks bet.
I mean, damn, we can't have another song. Come on, Dutch. Damn, can't have another song.
But I mean, gonna be okay. I know. Well, I always know. Whenever I got you two by my side, things are gonna be just fine. This place will be good for us. For now, anyway.
I hope so.
Well, I am going to take in the view. I'll get these fish to Pearson.
It's just a beautiful fucking view, though.
What on earth are you wearing?
Gonna be fine, Dutch.
Oh, that was fun today.
You didn't have to chase that train. Well, I should get back to it.
All right, then.
There she is.
Hi there.
You do like a smoke, huh?
One of life's few pleasures.
Well, if anyone deserves a break, it's you.
We'll see you later.
Where you going, little man?
Mr. Morgan,
Hey there, Jack. You okay?
I'm bored.
Well, go find some mischief to get up to.
Uh-huh.
Oh, hey, Arthur. I looked at that horse medicine I made for you by your tent. Thanks again.
Appreciate it. Where's my money? Where is it?
What do you mean?
I'm just joking with you.
Good talking to you. Was up there at North Elizabeth. Was fixated on this pocket watch Dutch had. Big fancy thing it was. It was a greedy bugger. I'm hungry too, I hadn't eaten in 3 days. So I thought to myself, I'll rob this pair of bastards. So I followed it out of the bar. It was a dark night. I followed down this alleyway. As I pulled out me gun to threaten him with imminent death. He just stood there laughing at me. I felt like a 6-year-old. Go ahead, they says. Shoot us. So I did. Bang, bang, bang! The bastards had spotted me at the bar and taken the bullets out of me gun. So I stood there laughing and crying. And rather than kill me, they took me and got me some food. That, of course, was that.
Hello, gentlemen.
Trying out a new look there, Arthur?
Yeah.
You got a good head on your shoulders.
I do.
And that's half the battle in this line of work.
Okay.
Having a rest there, eh?
And boy, have I earned it.
Well, don't get too comfortable.
Yep, okay.
Javier,
Arthur,
any new leads?
I'm working on it.
Well, you just let me know.
Okay.
Where you going? Where you going, lady?
Always good to see you.
Hello there.
21, 22.
You know, you should ask a lady such things.
All right. Sorry, don't mind me.
Sure.
Evening. Evening, Arthur. Don't know how we got anything done before you joined us. I like to keep busy. Anyway, keep it up. All right.
Oh, hey, go. Let me get one.
Say whatever you do, Will, please, but I tell you, if I don't get out of here soon, I'm gonna kill somebody.
And if you don't stop hissing at me, I'm gonna kill you.
You come near me, sailor, and I'll flat plug.
Put that knife down or you're gonna be missing a hand.
What is wrong with you two?
I ain't chopping vegetables for a living.
I'm sorry, madam. Was there insufficient feathers in your pillow?
I ain't lazy, Mr. Morgan. I'll work, but not this.
Well, ain't cooking work?
My husband and I, we shared the work. All of it. I was out in the fields. I can hunt, carry a knife, or use a gun. I tell you, keep me here, I'll skin this fat old coot and serve him for dinner.
Damn mouth, you crazy goddamn fishwife!
Yeah.
Come with me then. Wanna head out there? Run with men? So be it. We do more than just hunting. We're hunting. And them things hunting us, so they got company.
Damn.
Good. You need anything, Mr. Pearson? Maybe me and Miss Savage ought to take a little ride.
Yeah, sure. Here's my list. Can you post this letter for me while you're there?
Sure. Come on, princess. Are you coming with me then, woman?
So I'm graduated from chopping vegetables to shopping.
Shut your goddamn
Damn mouth.
You cool down then yet?
I guess. I ain't no scolding. And I sure as hell ain't taking orders from that sweat half-wit.
I guess we all gotta do our share, princess.
Huh. Where's that letter?
Are you reading his mail now?
Oh, robbing and killing's okay, but letter reading's where we draw the line.
There.
Dear Aunt Kathy,
You are something else.
I haven't heard from you in some time, so I pray to the Lord above that your health has not deteriorated further. Blah, blah, blah. It's boring. Ooh. Oh, wait a sec. Listen to this. Since we last corresponded, I have traveled widely, making no small name for myself. Before you ask, I am still yet to take a wife, but I can assure you it's not for a lack of suitors. You ever actually even talk to a woman you ain't paid for?
Oh, look. We're all hiding behind something.
And what's this? Return to Tacitus Kilgore.
Oh, that's Dutch's idea. Oh, man, you said
They will close December 13th. They close, I think that's number 8. Close the 12th. That's the last day they're going to be open.
Okay.
All right?
Tacitus Kilgore.
Damn.
Yeah, I know.
Here, give me that bag. You got work. Okay, here we are.
So, what's the plan? I shoot the shopkeeper will roll.
No!
I thought we was outlaws.
Outlaws.
Not idiots.
We rob fools and rob other people. These people, they're just trying to get by. So you head on in there and buy some food to eat. No guns.
You sure?
This time, it'll be time for killing soon enough.
What are you doing?
We'll check the mail. Nothing exciting. You're enough to scare the horses looking like that. Well, there.
Can I help you, mister?
Yes, I would like to post a letter.
All right. Okay, no trouble.
Thank you.
Bye now.
I'm trying.
Try harder.
Don't you look nice?
I think this is everything.
Thanks. Here, take that for yourself, okay?
Thanks.
Well, give it back then. Jesus. I didn't ask for his goddamn help.
Why don't you drive?
Okay.
Come on, lady, get a move on.
Not lady.
I know.
Yeah,
So, you get everything?
I think so.
And some new clothes, I see.
Don't start. I can wear what I damn well want. Like I told you, my husband and I shared all the work. I wasn't some little wife with a flower in her hair baking cherry pies all day.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. You sure look the part now.
I told Rose what happened in town. See, I don't do it because of white people.
I'll have you know, I
Yeah,
used
but
to
see,
love
a lot of Somali and black people here.
my house,
And now they don't
everything
want.
I own, I burned to the ground.
I know. I'm real sorry about what you know. Maybe I'll keep my eye out for another one.
I don't want no pity. Just treat me equal and know nobody's taking nothing from me ever again.
Just don't kill the can cook.
Please. This is these two Jethos.
Hey there!
Hey,
What you folks up to?
just heading home.
You're in Lemoyne Raider country. You need to pay a toll to pass through here.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? How about you pull over right now?
Pull over.
That's what I said.
Hey, how's about this? Go, go, go!
Let's get the hell out of here. What the hell was that?
They was gonna rob us.
New pair. Think you're landing right? Well, wanted to see some action, lady. Now you got your wish. Here, here. You okay there, Shake? Might as well see what they got on them. Ain't pretty, but what we do.
Come here.
Get off there. Who's talking now, huh?
Okay, let's go.
No, pass those reins here.
Why?
Because you caused enough trouble already.
I'm fine. Hey, you want me to show those bastards, huh?
Remind me not to get on your bad side.
And they was clearly planning to bushwhack us.
You did good. But that's a lot of mess to make near camp.
Easy, you're gonna wreck the wagon.
Hope it don't bring anyone sniffing around.
Are you gonna tell Dutch?
Maybe. If he asks. But
Maybe not.
So who did they say they were? Lemoyne Raiders?
yeah, something like that. Who knows? Anyway, don't you go ripping Pearson about that letter.
How dare you? I'm hungry with it. I have while making no small name for myself.
I won't be giving you no mail to post anytime soon, that's for sure.
I just want to peek in that journal of yours. The 9 volumes.
Not a chance. Yeah. You didn't get yourself killed then, Miss Adler.
Not quite.
Well, I'd like to say I listened to a fine conversation, but I'd be lying.
I enjoyed myself out there.
Yes, Mrs. Adler did okay. That shopping? Yes, that's shopping.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Don't mention it. I would ride with you again, Mrs. Adler, if you will ride with me.
Maybe. If you prove you can handle yourself.
Well, they say I lack finesse.
Yes,
I ain't afraid of gun smoke. We got this, Arthur. You've already done me a big favor today. Okay, Miss High and Mighty. And nice pants, by the way.
Oh, shut up.
you like that, huh? Repeat the mission, listen. Huh? Do some more chores.
Those are heavy. Arthur?
Yeah, give me a second. Now, who said Arthur?
My lady.
You hit your head? What kind of get-up is that you're wearing?
Get out of here for a bit.
God, that'd be nice.
Okay?
Hi there.
You heard from any O'Driscolls?
No, of course not. I've been here with you a lot.
You do. You make sure you tell us, okay?
Yep, all right, I'll see ya.
You saw those fish Hosea dropped off? I did. Looks like a successful trip. It didn't start off so good. Okay, well, let's talk more later. Sure, Arthur. Whiskey kind of.
I've been working.
Oosh.
Dearie, this isn't a holiday camp.
So you're fine?
Okay, I'll catch you later then.
All right.
Sadie,
Morning, Arthur.
you managing not to kill Pearson?
Only just.
Oh, he ain't that bad.
Okay, then.
Folks seem happy, Mr. Morgan. We have been provided for.
That we have, Reverend.
Have a fine time, sir.
The rest of this fucking tours. Shut up.
Sure people, Jacobites are
English lovers.
My people were peasants.
Jesus.
They had no time for politics.
My dad would say there's no politics. There was politics.
That old world bullshit ain't got no place here.
Why? Because there ain't no judgment here. Most folks hate the Negroes, they hate the Redskins, the Jews, even us Irish. You ain't so free of politics.
I hate everyone just the same.
Well, in that case, you're gonna want what I just found for us.
What's that?
I was riding around a couple of days back. I come across this old cabin. A couple of fuckers lazing about outside all liquored up. I didn't think nothing of it. Then I come across this hunter down by the river. He tells me they're a stick-up crew. Says they hit a train a couple of days back near Emerald Ranch. Nice fella he was, shared a bottle we did. And I robbed the bastard blind.
You believed him?
No reason not to. He's right. All for us. We saw 3 of them, maybe more, but I reckon you and me take it easy.
All right.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Them sons of bitches think they're mean. They're about to get a lesson in mean.
You just keep your cool, you hear me?
Right, follow me.
Alright, lead the way.
How far is this place?
It's a bit of a ride, not too bad. Back up north a stretch, not far from the state line.
All right. So, what were you doing riding around up there anyway?
Sniffing around, looking for a take. I got a lot of nose for these things. Dutch has always honoured us to get out there and bring in money, ain't he?
And rightly so.
I ain't like some of them others back there, sitting around waiting to be told. I go after it.
I see you sitting around plenty.
I mean, I don't need no coddling like the rest. Dutch knows my value to the cause. As from the moment I met him,
You tried to kill him, if I remember the story right.
and he kept me around, didn't he? He saw something in me. He said as much.
I'm sure. Dutch is good at seeing things in people. While we're talking about money, you are clear on how this works. We split half, other half goes to the gang. Dutch keeps all our savings hidden in a safe spot outside camp.
Yeah, I know. How many times you have to tell me? What's that box by his tent for then?
Camp funds, supplies, and the like. The fact you don't know that suggests you clearly ain't put much in it.
I always pay me way, don't you worry.
You're sure you scoped this place out right?
Yes, see? That's why I wanted you along for this. You're still a doubter. I ain't just some dumb kid. I've lived a lifetime of shit already.
And you sure don't keep it bottled up inside.
Then why are you stopping? What about that train job with the oil wagon? Made a good show in there, didn't I?
You got knocked down.
Ah, that's what you choose to remember. We got paid. We got out of there.
Got knocked out in Blackwater, too, didn't you?
Now that was bloody chaos.
Did you get split off, Mac?
Nope, Didn't see him. I lost your boys at some point when he was getting out of town.
They caught up with Mac a couple of days after. Davey was finished by the time we got up the mountains. Jenny didn't even make it that far.
Those bounty hunters strung me up. Beat me, pulled teeth, burned me feet. I didn't breathe a word about nothing, I swear.
Good.
It's time folks stopped giving Dutch a hard time about all that Blackwater business, if you ask me. Man's not a fortune teller. You can plan, you can use your head. You never really know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
True.
Folks always want to blame someone when things go wrong. How far is it now?
Not too much for them.
Better be worth it.
Hey, you need this, Arthur. I don't even know them here no more. You're out throwing lead with Sadie Adler, helping the law chase down criminals. I'm pulling you back on the rails here.
Is that right? So, what's your plan?
All right, that'll have to wait. We're nearly there. Hard left coming up. All right, it's going to be off the road up ahead. Up here, Morgan. Oh. Hey, what are you doing? Here, what we do, let's make sure we keep one of them alive to tell us where they stashed them. Money.
Hope you know what you're doing.
Okay, is we creeping or we looking? What the fuck?
Look, there's one on the outside. This is good.
It is.
Leave it to me. I'll do the talking. You hang back. Hey there!
I want to give you about 5 seconds to get the hell off my property, boy.
Look, no one don't trouble. Just thought you wanted to know as the big possible lawman headed this way. There were a dozen of them coming up east.
What? Where?
Right here. Heads up, Arthur. Here come the rest of them.
I thought you said we want them alive, motherfucker.
We got more coming out the woods. Left of the house. Look out on the right. What the hell, Arthur? Who's going to tell us where the money's stashed now, huh? All right. Guess we should give the place a look and see what we can find.
Oh, you shot the motherfucker out tied up. You weren't supposed to shoot him, you know, nut.
I'm gonna debone the chicken.
Okay.
I'm heading back to camp. Should have kept one alive.
Oh, definitely I'll be taking that. That's just mean. I guess I was tripping. Alright, should I go see Micah? I really can't stand this motherfucker, man. I really can't. I see smoke.
Easy there. Yep. Yeah.
I ain't the sheriff's car. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Night visitors, huh?
You need to leave here right now.
I ain't here to cause trouble.
Somebody ass got some motherfucking bourbon. Some Kentucky. All you got is some Kentucky. You got nothing else in this motherfucker. take that nigga's shoulder off. And let's see what's in the box. Ammo. Health cure. I know I'll be putting you through some shit.
you 50 sandwiches. You need a mayonnaise, ketchup, and mustard.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you. How the fuck do these assholes know where to fuck find my black ass? God damn. How many are there? 2. Seriously, how the fuck these assholes know where to find me? Good shit. Took care of that. Got blown to pieces. Yeah, you should have had a better owner. Coming after me, nigga. I'm blowing your ass to kingdom. Come, nigga!
Yeah. Do you want a bag of chips with your sandwich?
Yeah.
I'm not making it. I make my own, but I said if you want some chips. But Mom's told me to let you know.
Yeah, I'll take some Fritos.
There's no Fritos.
Look, we got chips already?
No, I'm talking about in the vending machine.
Yeah, they got Fritos in the vending
I
machine.
ain't seen no goddamn Fritos. That's true.
Yeah, they're at the top.
You got 75 cents?
No, why would you ask me if I want some chips?
That's not. I'm asking. That didn't mean I was.
That rules the point of the asking.
Okay, well, I don't know. I'm not gonna be.
You kick me, I'm shooting you. Alright. No, ask me. Then they asked me if I got 75 cents. Do I ask me? But I'm the dick. Damn, I actually didn't mean like run your little ass over. Fuck it.
Okay, fella. Yeah, I'm coming.
Hey, better not have a
What
problem
is
with this
this?
ring. Hey, get yourself out of there.
Just minding my own business.
What's up?
All right.
You don't...
Let's go. Yep, yep. Yeah.
I didn't do that. I did, but I didn't.
Yep. Go. Come on. Whoa, whoa. Easy now. Whoa. Easy. You're okay. Good job.
Just let me get into the center where I'll be having to blow your freaking brains out. Cause if you kick me, nigga.
Plenty of room to spare. Suggest you
You just run over my fucking horse. Well, it ain't my horse, but still. You just ran over the fucking horse with me, so. Thank you.
reckon you ought to take a look at yourself, partner.
Ain't nothing to worry about. Well, how are you doing anyway?
So,
Okay, well, all the best, I guess.
you take care now.
Hey, friend.
Good morning, partner.
So, you heard anything about any, bounty hunters in these parts?
Not sure.
Nah, I'm just, wondering.
See you around.
Morning to you.
Morning.
You know a good place, get some food?
I have no idea.
I was just asking.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning, mister.
Good to see Manners ain't dead yet. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye now.
Partner,
Fashion sure is getting right strange.
you mind your business, I'll mind mine. Hey, how's it going with you?
How it goes.
Okay, well, all the best now.
Goodbye.
I was gonna say, where the fuck is the phone?
Hey there.
Can I help you?
Just taking a look.
Here with the apple seed. They're getting started on this site, but we should have some fine big valley lumber for sale very soon if you're interested.
I'll keep that in mind.
We should be further along by now, but well, look at these adults. There's not a brain between them. Listen, get the supplies for sale. Medicine starting to run low. Can't spare anyone to go down. Not the way things are going.
Yeah, I'll show you some good. Yeah. So just see it there. Say something. How about that?
Appreciate it.
30 $7. Shit, 30? What's going? Yeah, how are we got him that?
I'm leaving. Don't work too hard.
There ain't much danger of that with this bunch, my friend.
Hello, boy. Oh, hey, again.
Hello?
We have to stop meeting like this. Well, I'll leave you to it.
Goodbye, then.
Morning. I'll tell you, life ain't easy. Anyway, sorry, you don't need to hear this.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you.
Mister,
What's that get up? You lost a bet at the tables?
nothing for you to concern yourself with. Anyway, how's it all going for you?
Well, there you go.
Okay, well, don't let me keep you.
Bye now.
Hey, boy.
Ah, shit, here I come again. We gotta go.
Come on.
This motherfucker's doing too much again. I'm just like, how the fuck these assholes just fucking find me? You do have a few things to object on. I'll be damned, I still got crackers. That's like stuff for this punk ass racist motherfucker. Chinese ring neck. Whatever the fuck that said. Oh, that just sounded lovely.
Time to go, boy. Yeah. Whoa!
Now we can go see punk ass Micah. If this motherfucker didn't make you money. Shotgun.
Hey, Arthur. Good to see you.
Why?
Yeah, really.
Again,
No. I got a plan to make it up to you.
plan like the Blackwater ferry job, or like you going off scouting and ending up in jail?
Dutch said he was a big shadow cast by a tiny tree.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
I thought he was a tough boy. Not one of those gentlemen trying to protect his rival clothes.
I just know whenever things get real, you lose your head.
Yellow.
Seems that way.
I guess you won't be riding with me to rob a bank which comes about this time in the strawberry. I heard one of the O'Driscoll boys got me.
You would think you robbery?
That's what I said. Come on. I know an overlook where we can watch for them coming in.
What are you doing anyway, camping out here like some crazy hunter?
Can't exactly stay in town now, can I? Like I told you, I ain't going back to Dutch without a peace offering.
So what's the deal with this coach?
What do you mean? Comes through about this time every day, like I said. The end.
Amazing. How many men?
Guns, raiders.
Nothing serious. We'll be fine.
I heard the bank's been hiring every trigger man they can get of late. The meaner, the better.
You worry too much.
Forgive me if I ain't wholly faithful in something an old Driscoll told you when you was half drunk in a jail cell.
He kept yapping about it, saying how they've been hitting it on the regular. That's a good lead in my book.
Damn, old Driscolls are everywhere now.
Bastards got a hold of most of Big Valley. Heard they took over some big ranch north of here.
How the hell you and Lenny end up down here, anyway?
Oh, you know how it is? Few loose ends. Drink here, drink there.
What loose ends?
Nothing that needs to concern you. I always pay my share.
It concerns me when you put us in danger and we don't realize till it's too late. Like that move you pulled at Strawberry. Making me kill half the town just for your precious guns.
Precious they are. You need to roll a little looser, Morgan.
Looser? I've seen you come full undone more than once now, and you only been running with us a few months.
Are we gonna rob this coach or bicker about it? What's done is done.
Guess we're robbing it.
Then let's do it.
Some badass fucking scenery.
should be here in a little bit. Hold tight.
Which way will they be coming in?
Should be from over there. We need to hit them fast before they get into town.
Just don't lose your head this time.
Of course, tough guy. They should be here any minute. Look, there they are. Right on time. Get covered up. Come on! Right! Yeah. This is a robbery! Stop that coach right now!
Sweetheart in my ass. And you look, I can't shoot your ass. Shut the fuck up, Michael. Shut up. Yeah, don't rush me.
What the hell are you doing? Let's go! How long does it take? Next time I'll leave you in the dust.
Go, motherfucker.
There won't be a next time. You don't mean...
Yeah! Hey, look! Come on, boy! Here. Fine new rifle, too. Go, Arthur. From me to you. That's more your style than mine. What did I tell you? Like licking butter off a knife.
Something like that. You don't want to just break it open here, be done with it?
Could be more than we can carry. And there might be a second crew of riders tailing.
All right.
Not to mention, we ride back in with a big take and a new wagon to boot. Judge can't say we ain't pulling our weight no more, can he?
I ain't sure I trust this new act of yours one bit.
Listen, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but I got no beef with you. I reckon we're a lot alike, you and me.
Hold up there.
Dutch knows I'm a feller that gets things done, same as you.
Get things done. You'd be wearing a California collar now if I hadn't broken you out of jail.
And I have expressed my gratitude, have I not? It's done. Main thing now is getting this haul back in one piece.
Mm-hmm. You say that, but
Yep. Shit! Now we're being robbed! Get across the river!
yeah, it's flying in the motherfucking water. Thanks a lot, Micah.
What the hell? Come on, Arthur, get out of there! You dumb bastards! You okay?
I think so. Just keep your head down.
Let's finish. They're goddamn prisoners!
I can see that.
Damn it. You ain't killing no motherfucking guy.
That'll show them.
Why is it every job I do with you ends in a pile of dead bodies?
Since when did you have a problem killing O'Driscolls?
You've got a point.
Yeah, let me snatch up some fools right quick. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. I'll be there when I get there.
Let's just finish this and get out of here. What the hell are you doing? Get over here.
I'll snatch your money, you fucking dumbass. Oh. Like, where the fuck is this other asshole?
Let's take what we can and get the hell out of here. That lock should shoot off easy enough. I'll give you the honors. On account of, well, this little mess. Just not you'd want the honors. That should do it.
I'm like, it was sitting there stuck like I just shot the damn
All
thing.
I see is you, me, a river full of dead O'Driscolls, and a lockbox. I'd say we're golden here, Morgan. Look at that. What's the cut here?
It's good. Just make sure that
Yeah. Like I said, big shadow.
and like I said, that still don't
Oh
mean
man, damn.
get out of here. You see Dutch. Make sure you ain't followed.
I know, boss. I know. It's been fun.
What the fuck it has? I'll take 300.
false flag campaign has been used against Jason Black's YouTube channel for the sake of trying to silence him is the same garbage that they tried against me a few months back. And I am calling upon you to give the same vigorous response that you gave back in August when they tried this against me. I want you to go to Team YouTube's so-called help channel, which is in the description, and just like you did for me, be sure to light it up. Post the messages, let them know that Jason Black, the Black Authorities YouTube channel, must be reinstated immediately. And then do the same thing on Twitter. We shake these trees hard enough, as we did a few months ago, as you did for me, and they will back down. But this is an example of the white supremacists being terrified. They're seeing what's happening. Now that the numbers are getting to a place now where one video essay gets posted and you've got 40,000 people who see it in less than 24 hours, the white supremacists are feeling the pain. They're feeling the fear. And we are not going to allow them, the white supremacists, to gain any ground. False flag campaigns are going to bring them nothing, but it depends on you. The B1 Brigade has to go on the march and put their shoulders to the wheel. Don't just post once or twice. You let them know that this is an issue that's not going away, because they're always allowing the white supremacists to run roughshod over people who have done absolutely nothing wrong. YouTube happens to be a white supremacist haven. We know that, and we're not going to let it be a safe space for white supremacists. We're not going to allow that. That's part of what it means when you're instituting a system of justice. The bad guys are trying to figure out, can we have a little spot where there's going to be a bastion of injustice? No, not even here. Not even. So again, take a look at the comment section. Also take a look at the description on this video so you can see the link to go to YouTube's Team YouTube help channel here on YouTube, and also to their Twitter channel, to their Twitter feed, and make sure that you post repeatedly. Share this video. Let them know that we see what they've done, what they're allowing, and we will not allow it to stand. The reason this is going on, the reason it's happening now, is the white supremacists are really feeling the heat. As I posted earlier today on Twitter, the hottest fire makes for the strongest steel. The white supremacists realize that we're able to have an impact. We're dealing and rooting out their agents and their would-be spies among us. We're making an environment where the white supremacists are simply having a harder time operating. They're looking and going, man, if it's this hard now, it's going to be impossible in a few years. And they're right, we're going to make it impossible, and we're not going to allow them to slow that process down. No, the old days of false flag campaigns, we're putting that behind us. We're making it clear that we're going to show our strength. We're making it clear we're going to exercise power over all of these racist white supremacists who are trying to figure out what desperate maneuver that they can pull next. No, they're not going to be silencing the truth. They're not going to be throwing roadblocks in the way of the voice of justice. For too long, they've been getting away with this mess, and now we're bringing it to an end. But family, you got to get on this. Spread the word. Because what they're doing is they're testing us. They're trying to figure out, if we attack one of the thought leaders of black empowerment, what's the response going to be from those Negroes? Are we going to be hit up by the hundreds and thousands? Or is there going to be a tepid response? This is a test. They're trying to figure out just how much hot water they're really in. Well, let's show them that this ain't hot water, it's lava here. Let's show them that they're not going to be getting away with the old tricks. They're not going to be doing this mess because we won't allow them to. This is the kind of resolve that we have to show, the kind of resolve we have not shown in so long. And if we are weak at moments like this, if we are not unified at moments like this, if we do not bring the heat at moments like this, it will only serve to embolden the white supremacists. It will only serve to let them know that, oh, okay, those Negroes, they were just blowing off some steam. No, a few months ago, the white supremacists attacked this very YouTube channel, and you guys, the B1 Brigade, you rallied, you brought the heat, you brought the hammer down, and you made them back off. Well, now we got to do it again. And we have to do it again and again and again, and every time. Anytime we are met with white supremacist aggression, we are going to fight our way back, and we are going to make them back down and put them on the run. The white supremacists are not going to be winning the day. The white supremacists are not going to be gaining any ground. We fought too hard for it, and we're not giving them anything. Not 1 inch, not 1 centimeter, not 1 step back.
Still worse things happen at
You
sea.
share this on social media. You spread the word. Go to YouTube's so-called help channel, and then go to Twitter and hit them up on their so-called creator on their so-called creator feed.
I can't begin to
And let them know that we're calling them out because of the fact that they have attacked Jason Black's YouTube channel. They're attacking the Black Authority. This is an attack on all of us. This is an attempt to silence us, because what happened is we've shown what we can do. They're figuring that if they do it now, with everybody's attention on that nonsense nothing burger in Washington, they figure they can get away with it. Everybody's looking the other way, so they think they can get away with this. Let's show them that they have gotten away with absolutely nothing. Because earlier on Twitter, I had a few of the trolls who came to my Twitter channel telling me that, haha, we were the ones behind it. So you understand, this is a concerted effort going on, same way it always has. But what's new, what must be new, is our vigorous response to this. The white supremacists who happen to run YouTube, they are very bold until they get called out, until they are challenged, because they know what they're doing is wrong. But what they also know is that they haven't really been substantively challenged. They haven't had us speaking in one unified voice saying no more, not ever again. They haven't had that happen. This is exactly what the white supremacists always do. Whenever the YouTube channel starts getting too many people, and Jason was over 80,000 people, when it started getting numbers like that, the white supremacists were like, this is a game changer. This is going to sink us. We got to stop this now. I have no illusions that many of the people who have attacked Jason's channel do in fact work for YouTube. We are not at all naive about that. We are not in denial about that. We see things clearly. And now we're going to open their eyes, whether they like it or not. So again, family, I want you to look at this channel's description so you can see the links. Then go to YouTube's so-called help channel. And then go hit them up on Twitter as well. Make the kind of noise that you made on my behalf a few months ago. This is the time for us to show our strength. This is the time for us to show our resolve. You've always wanted to know, what the world can you do for black empowerment? What you can do is what the baby boomers failed to do, and that is to stick up for the thought leaders who are speaking for you and who are promoting your agenda. This is something that black people have always been lax on. You were there for me, and now we got to be there for our brother in arms, Jason Black. We are not allowing the white supremacists to get away with the old tricks. We're not allowing them to be able to get away with this nonsense. Forget it. The days of them having it all their own way are over. They are over because you and I are bringing an end to it. The white supremacists thinking that they're going to be the ones calling the shots, forget about it. Now black empowerment's taking control. YouTube decided to play along with this false flag campaign. And what they think is they're getting away with something. And you're going to have to call them out on it and let them know we see what it is that you've done. No rules were violated. We're not going to allow you to do the old, we're white and we say so. You're wrong. And we say so. Yes, it has happened again. In Florida, Orlando no less, you've had yet another white male who's decided that he's going to go on a shooting spree. This guy shot a cop. Then he decided to barricade himself in a home with 4 young children ages 1, 6, 10, and 11. He killed all 4 of the children before ultimately killing himself. This guy had to be mentally unstable, and I say that because, as we all know, the white legal system gives white offenders a slap on the wrist. I'm not sure what this guy was afraid of. He was just off his meds, what have you, but you won't be surprised, of course, to learn the same predictable pattern. Yet another white criminal who had a freaking rap sheet long as your arm. According to authorities, this guy had a history of violence going back more than a decade across 3 counties. You would have thought that at least the state police would have been all over this guy because he's on a crime wave across the state. Now, at the time of his death, this Lindsay character was on probation, having pleaded no contest to domestic battery, arson, and fleeing law enforcement in a 2008 case out of Lucia County. So basically, this guy was doing a dress rehearsal for what he did this year 10 years ago. You didn't have to wait till today to see this guy was out of control. You could have gotten back then, but he was given a plea deal. You see how that works?
Correcting the past often means also imposing some
I think
consequences
that it was a
people
live
who were not directly
on,
responsible for what happened in the past,
for old
but
boy.
were the indirect beneficiaries
I didn't watch it.
of what happened
I
in the
didn't watch
past.
it.
And that vastly complicates
That's a waste of fucking time. Unless they gonna do it like Nixon.
There was a good reason that I started
Nixon's ass got no. He jumped out the president before he got impeached.
because he was also an immigrant, as noted on the image.
I mean, you gotta think how the same thing with Epstein. Like he knows too many major money moguls, and he knows the type of shit. He knows the type of shit they do behind, cameras. So you either want to take them out or you want to make sure they can't say shit.
Wait.
And I'm like, Trump tells on himself.
With you,
and that's what's going on right now.
That show where there was
this is not to say that we are trying to separate ourselves from the rest of the African diaspora. Far from it. We've been repping black while everybody else has been running from it.
Yeah, that's the white supremacist pedophilia. That shit is all the motherfuckers are literally descendants of the breeding farm assholes.
Crystal clear. We are not trying to separate ourselves from the rest of the African diaspora. We are attempting to clarify
no, I'm good. No, you're not, bitch.
our place in the African diaspora.
Now when you got a motherfucker that can really tell you, just wait here.
They didn't say that we're not white people. What they were saying was we need to clarify the position of Jews among the
Russian dude.
among the Caucasians.
They'll be having all different rappers and shit.
What we are, what it is
DJ
about.
Vlad.
And that's what we're doing as well, so that we don't have any confusion. So that people who call themselves, whether it's in the United States, some of these black people, foreign descendant black people, or those who we meet in their home countries, we don't want them getting us wrong. And when they come over here, we definitely don't want them getting us wrong. Everybody needs to be clear. We're hitting the reset button so that we can have clarity. You're going to be hearing a whole lot of us.
No, man, you gotta think how much those young girls are promised, like just in general. Like you're gonna be around royalty and fucking multi-millionaires and motherfuckers that's like that make or break companies. And he's gonna take care of you and buy you expensive things. Like motherfucking unless you're talking about equity. Like he's gonna make sure he puts like 10 mil in your pocket. Like I need equity. I ain't trying to have fun for one fucking weekend. And I'm like,
about other white people, what they can do for themselves.
You see, everybody's entitled to reparations to black people. Because white supremacy is white supremacy has misshapen and perverted and twisted the entire global order into nothing more than a racial pyramid scheme with black people at the bottom. And what started off at first was for the European to steal everything that wasn't bolted down on fire.
That's monopoly right there. You gotta own everything.
You gotta own anything that you like.
That's tangible for yourself.
Like pretty much. That's the truth. Look at it like this. You like weed, you should have property. You should have equity in weed. You like video games, you should have fucking stocks in some type of video game fucking company.
The only thing I have is I love working with this Walmart.
Then going into the
weed, I was smoking weed, but I know people that do. So
coming out of the Second World War,
but you need a bigger base than just us. You're talking about people that like to smoke weed.
For a new American century.
Yeah, but you gotta have your own like pretty much like this. What I figured out mostly, and like a lot of people are like kind of iffy about it. I'm like, niggas selling weed to nothing but smoke.
And part of being on code means
all they get all they use for nothing but
dragouts about which one of y'all is going to be ruling over everyone else. That's not the kind of thing that's productive. So the European, because of the fact that he's never been able to get along with anyone, not even himself, of course he was going to boil over. Of course these guys were going to have to kill each other. That's what they were doing before they were able to break through the Moorish blockade and get down into Africa in the late 15th century.
All my life just
These guys spent the better part of 1,000 years since the Romans left, just basically having to go each other.
And then,
now, for those of us whose
I'm
ancestors
gonna
were caught up in the
Amazon.
slavery experience, what does this have to do with us?
You own distribution
We
company.
are the most wronged and righteously aggrieved.
But I want to get a contract.
And there are a lot of people who have been eating off of our deprivation, eating off of our poverty.
I want to.
Yeah, that way you don't nobody fucking owns you.
Their
Like,
bellies
you
at
own
our
your own.
expense. And what they figured was
My
they
dad
would
said-
never come, that a critical mass of black people would never put their heads together, put their differences aside, decide they were going to pursue the black first agenda.
Remember that man we were saying? That we walked from the first time we walked to that small van? Just get one of them and
Ain't a damn thing black empowerment happening down there.
And then
Haiti,
all that money comes
need I
through.
say more? And you can sit there and say that Brazil has more black people than any place outside of Africa. But you go down to Brazil, these guys
it's
are
like,
just as well. And there's a
they
lot
have
of
the
black
fleet.
folks in South America. There's a lot of black
Like
people
Amazon Flex. Sorry.
the way that we do.
Amazon Flex when
Black
you have your own
empowerment is
personal
not
car.
something that
You
come naturally
just go pick up
to
some
the rest of the
packages
diaspora.
and you get paid.
We're going to wind up having to impose it on them
You
because
get
I
paid a
keep
little bit
pointing
more
out,
than what you
this
just
is
do it
not
like
The initial
warehouse.
drivers
Yeah.
because you
the
own
exact
it.
same thing. Time
Plus, you're
ran
like a
out
branch
for them.
of their distribution
Let us pray that
company.
it
So
does
it's
not
not
run
like
out
you're
for
just
us.
a
Europeans are
random
watching us. He's seeing
run of the
the
mill.
threat that he failed to deal
I
with
would do that.
160 years ago.
It's probably going to
This
be called
threat has
LJ
grown,
Express.
and it's beginning to coalesce, and it's beginning
Which
to
is
magnify.
personalized.
He's got a big problem on his hands.
Name and my name.
We
so
are a
it was
political problem.
LJ Express.
And he's
The
decided
venue in
that he
Jasmine.
was going to pursue a strategy of drowning us out of existence. He at first bring in a whole bunch of his kith and kin from Europe. Didn't have enough of them to bring in, so he started bringing in folks from Southern Europe, people who were not considered to be white at all. But go ahead and give them
It's only
the political
10:45.
designation.
10?
So that they'll be on
I
the
mean,
team.
5:48.
They will be accepted.
I know it's
They'll
still
toe
late.
the line. That's really all
I
that
thought it was
matters.
like fucking
And
9 or
Hispanics were
something.
among that group. And then
Yeah,
when that
yeah,
wasn't enough,
yeah.
we'll bring in
It
a
was like-
bunch of foreign-born
like
Asians.
8 or 9.
We're just going to drown these slave descendants in a
It's
whole
not late.
bunch of foreigners. The whole point is going to be this a mass political operation geared toward trying to give us political cover to say, well, what you slavery descendants, what you guys have to say, that doesn't really mean much because we've got all these other groups here and they don't have the same rights as you guys. So, nobody's concerns are really more important than anyone else's. Your concerns are certainly no better and certainly no more important than anyone else's. And this is deliberate because these other groups, they're still a tiny minority of the population. We, on the other hand, represent 1 out of 7 people in the country. So trying to drown us is a political operation meant to solve the political threat that we pose. We put the lie to all of it. In prior civilizations, whenever you had a slave population, when the slave population's usefulness had been expended, they were exterminated. This had happened without fail in every civilization of the world. Well, at least in Europe and Asia anyway. Africa, you might have a couple of hoots and hollers, but no wholesale attempt to wipe out an entire group because slavery wasn't really the same in Africa. To the extent that it existed, the Africans did not use any sort of indentured servitude the way that the Europeans and the Asians did. So let's not get it twisted. But in every other instance where you had an enslaved population, at the end, they were exterminated. Because you didn't want to have these guys hanging around because the work that they were doing was not meant to enrich them. It was meant to enrich the oppressor's civilization. So you got to kill them when it's all over, and that solves the problem. And even Richard Spencer talked about that. You're supposed to get rid of them when it's over. That didn't happen here. We put up too big a fight. And before it was all over, well, now the slaves are still here. Well, damn. And there's too many people watching now. And these slaves have come to do quite a bit to influence what people think of as this country. Man, we can't kill them without basically contradicting everything we claim to stand for. White supremacy is an idea, and the lies that white supremacy uses to try to justify itself and try to pretend like it's not the evil that it clearly is, that's also an idea. So they're stuck on the horns of a dilemma. This is what Thomas Jefferson meant when he said, "We have a tiger by the ears, and we can neither safely hold him nor let him go." We're not going to stop what we're doing, but at the same time, we don't know how the hell to keep this up. So where in the world do all these foreigners come into play? They have been the indirect, and in many cases, direct beneficiaries of our enslavement. Everything that we built that has gone to enrich everyone except for ourselves. We are owed, and the bill is due. Time to pay up, sucker, the rent's due.
You see that movie, Rolling Papers?
And yes, it is going to be to the tune of trillions of dollars. Because those individuals who become rich off of us, look at how much richer they become in the last
remember whenever I said,
years.
yeah, remember whenever I said, you gotta start shooting people,
yeah, Reefer Madness.
No, ain't happening. You got people popping pills, methamphetamine, Oxycontin, Percocet, shooting people.
I don't give a damn
They don't shoot people out of
whether they
weed.
come from Mexico or whether they come from Mali. If they come from Washington or if they come from the far side of Guangzhou, I don't give a damn where the hell they come from. Once they come over here in the United States, they have volunteered to pay that debt, because not a damn one of those immigrants can claim that they didn't know what they were getting into. Every one of them knew what they were getting into. But what they also knew was that black people were paving the way to try to make this country, at least on occasion, act like something resembling civilization. When you think about the United States of America, especially what it means for people who are not white males, it comes down to the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 65. Those were not the results of Asians. There weren't enough of them here, and the few of them who might have been here at the end of the 19th century, they weren't fighting for anything.
Oh, shit. This dude's
wasn't the
getting...
result of Hispanics.
You getting big by the dog.
These guys have not been doing anything except for dreaming of the old days and pretending that they were Spaniards. It ain't the result of Arabs or Indians or Native Americans or these foreign-born blacks. It was the result of those of us who were here, those of us whose ancestors were dying and suffering in the hells of North America. We made the United States whatever good it is you think of the U.S., we are responsible for that. We and we alone. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were not the result of white folks having a come to Jesus moment.
More here.
They didn't do it out of the goodness of their own hearts. If they did, what the hell were they up to for the previous 300 years then?
More here.
No, they did it because we faced them with a political dilemma, and they had no other way out.
Green in the green catcher.
We put their backs to the wall, and it was a matter of, you've already had one civil war. If you don't come down on the right side of history this time, you're in for the second one. They say, okay, fine, then it was political necessity. A necessity that we brought about. No one else. Not a brag, just a historical fact.
I don't see how they can say we just make you doing shit.
Well,
and we're letting people know that we are a
unique people. Because what they figured out,
we are a special people, a people apart. We are an exceptional group.
They figured out when white people smoke
and what was done to us has never been done to anyone in the history of the world. Hence, what we are due is beyond anything that any other group of people are due. And as for these immigrants who come in, you guys owe us too. In fact, you owe us more than everyone else, because at least when the good white folks were here beforehand, these guys, they were being a bunch of honest thieves. These immigrants who came in, they were being nothing more than a bunch of base opportunists. They came in, they saw how we were being treated, and they threw in their lot with the oppressors, and then they want to have it both ways. At least the white supremacists, the indigenous white supremacists, native white supremacists here, at least he knows what he's doing is wrong. These other groups saw it, said that it was wrong, and then said, you know what, we're going to help you out anyway. We're going to help out the white supremacists anyway. I just love it when you got some good white folks today, or better yet, you got some of these immigrants who want to try to pretend as if, oh, well, I shouldn't owe anything. Let me tell you something. This is a message. In fact, this is the entire reason for tonight's video essay. I got something to say to all of you foreign-born folks, or you descendants of foreigners like Joy Reid and Angela Rye and Roly-Poly Martin and Kamala Harris and every one of you who happen to either be immigrants or the children of immigrants. You are not going to get away with that con game of, well, I wasn't any part of this. I just showed up yesterday. Yeah, why the hell are you here? You're here because this is a land of opportunity. There are vast economic resources. Yes, economic resources that were only made possible because of my people. You don't get to take credit for that. You weren't part of that. The only reason why this empire of liberty, this bastion of capitalism, free market nonsense, whatever you want to call it, even exists, is because we made it possible. It could not have stored up and stockpiled the wealth that it had if it hadn't been for us. That was our doing, not yours. So when you come over here calling yourself trying to get a piece of the action, you're trying to get a piece of our action. And the thing about it is, you want a piece of the action, you gotta pay full freight for it. Oh, you weren't responsible for slavery. You weren't responsible for Jim Crow. You weren't responsible for the black codes. Yeah, but you damn well been eating off of it now, haven't you? For these foreigners to call themselves running up in here and then claiming no responsibility that they owe debt to black people, you're a damn liar. You owe as big a debt as the most dyed-in-the-wool white supremacists. It's no different than if you try to buy a house. You call yourself buying a house. You look and say, I like the 2-car garage. I like the 3.5 baths. I like the nice basement that doesn't smell too much like mold. I like the new carpeting and all the rest of it. And oh, it's got such nice acoustics. And the place is so well insulated. Well, if you want all of that, if you like what that house has to offer because it's better than the other houses on the block, well, there's going to have to be some responsibility for any outstanding liens on that home. If that home has any debts against it, you also are responsible for that too. So if you call yourself liking all the nice amenities that the house has, you like the fact that it's got 2 stories, you like the circular driveway, you like the fact that it's a smart home, and it's got an internal intercom system. You like all that great stuff, then you got to go along with the debts that go with the house too, if there are any. And guess what? When it comes to those of us who are the descendants of slaves, you're looking at the lien holders. The United States has the biggest liens on its house of any on the block. So as soon as you decide that you want to move into this house, well, you got to take care of those liens too. I, as a black man, cannot think that I can go to Germany and that I can opt out of whatever historical debts that Germany owes to the Jews or anyone else, and it owes dues to black people. And yet the Germans, they talk about reparations to black people. Gee, I wonder why. But as a black man, I cannot think that I can go to Germany or France and that I am not going to have my taxes go to pay Germany and France's historical debts to the Jews. I can't say, well, I wasn't part of that. I just got it. I'm just here to work and do my... Why should I be paying anything? They'll tell you quick, well, these are the historical debts that this country owes because of things that it did, or in the case of France, things that it failed to do. And the same thing goes for the United States. You don't get out of the U.S.'s debts. The second that you come over here, you're volunteering to be part of those debts, the same way you called yourself volunteering yourself to get some of these goodies too. So any of you immigrants, any of you foreigners who sound of my voice, just understand, you have now volunteered to be part of that group that has to pay for America's debts to black people, specifically those of us who are descended from slaves. You have now volunteered to be part of that group that has to pay off. Now, if you decide that you don't want to do that, then it's very simple. The same way that you look at a house and find out that it's got outstanding liens, you go, well, heck, I'm not going to pay somebody else's debts, then you go find another house. You better stay away from this one, because this house has all sorts of pre-existing obligations and debts that go along with it. And if you decide that you want this house, then you got to pay the debts so you don't get out of it. You don't get to hide behind, well, I didn't rack it up. You're right, you didn't rack it up. You volunteered to pay it. Simple as that. It's time that we start making these people act like adults and not children, acting like Billy. But Billy, it wasn't me. Nobody wants to hear that crap. Everything that the United States has done wrong, the greatest crime in human history, and here you are acting as accomplices after the fact. You're damn right you owe us. Nobody's playing games with you. I don't give a dang if you come from Japan or Jamaica. As soon as you set foot on American soil, you are now volunteering to pay those debts. At the end of the day, you knew when you came over here, as soon as you set your foot on this soil, you're sitting here going, I want a piece of all of this wealth and opulence that's going on here. Well, then you got to pay respect to the people who made it possible. If you don't like that, then you need to go to a place where they don't require that, because in this place, the sons and daughters of America's first victims, the only victims of this country, the slaves, we do require it. That's mandatory. You don't get out of that. Oh, well, that happened so long ago. No, it didn't. and the after effects. The problem is, slavery was the biggest crime in human history, and not only was this crime unpunished, it's also unfinished. It's still going on now, with the sole exception of the putting people basically into stocks and pillories or otherwise, which they do behind closed doors now. That's what the prisons are for. Every single aspect and detail of slavery has been maintained in its totality all the way up to the present. From using the preacher man on the plantation in order to keep the slaves in check and tell them that you have to be obedient to massa, and at least don't fight them. Don't be fighting them now. What would Jesus do? That's what they were doing on the plantations. Continues to this very day. And you got a whole bunch of bed wenches, which is part of the problem that we happen to have. Once you corrupt the mothers of a civilization, that civilization is effectively cut off at the knees and gutted. And if you create a situation where the man is not the leader and in too many cases doesn't even wish to be because he's confused, he was either raised the wrong way or his spirit, such as it was, has been broken. Look at Terry Crews if you want a pathetic example of that. If you wind up fostering cowardice and somebody who's going to be complacent, somebody who is going to just decide that he's going to defer to anyone and everyone, then what you have is not a man at all. The whole idea of breaking the slaves. I keep telling you that the breaking process is a daily process. It's not an event, it's a process. And every day, the breaking process must repeat itself over and over again. It is a daily breaking process that we have been subjected to. We and no one else. We get singled out for oppression. And it's not being done to us because of our tax bracket. It's not being done to us because of anything that we did. It's a matter of when you're black, this is what's supposed to be done, and it's an organized effort, largely organized by the government. Look at what Kamala Harris did, if you want a clear example of that. The California Bureau of Prisons stuffs the prisoners into prisons to such a degree that it violates the Constitution. And what does Kamala Harris do? Does she look and say, hey, the Constitution is the law of the land? That's the end of it. No, what she says instead is, well, we know the prisons are overcrowded, but we're not letting anyone out, even if they're non-violent offenders. We're not letting anyone go. Then when it comes time to talk about Proposition 8, the gay marriage ban that California's voters have passed, what does Kamala Harris say? Well, I have discretion and I'm not going to defend this law in court. But the voters voted for it. They wanted that. Well, I got discretion and that's the end of it. Well, what about the Bureau of Prisons overcrowding the prisons to the point that it violates the Constitution? Well, I have to defend that. I mean, I can't choose who my clients are. I disagree with what they do, but I'm bound. I have to defend it. See, she wants to pick and choose because that's how the system works. There are people who the laws are going to be applied to, black people when it comes to drugs, and there are people who the law will never be applied to, white people as it applies to meth. The meth epidemic is bigger than the crack epidemic or the heroin epidemics of the 70s and 80s ever were. And yet, for some damn reason, the entire social discourse about meth, and only meth, it's a politically protected drug, it's a politically protected narcotic. The entire discourse is about prevention. It's about drug treatment. It's a public health issue. And you see both Democrats and Republicans saying that. Nobody's saying we need to build more prisons. Nobody's saying we need 3 strikes laws. Nobody's saying we need Rockefeller laws for meth. Nobody's saying we need mandatory sentencing guidelines and zero tolerance. Nobody's saying we need a war on meth. Instead, what they're saying is, well, the drug war is wrong. It's a failure. No, what it means is we got to stop that kind of talk as far as meth goes. We need people to understand when you say meth, you're talking about a drug that's protected. You're talking about a narcotic that has protection under law. These people are immune because it's dealing with white people. That's what it's really about. It ain't the drug that's being protected from law. It's not the drug that has immunity from prosecution. It's the people who use it. White people. That's what it really comes down to. All of these folks who have been eating off of our suffering, eating off of our labors, eating the fruits of our labors. You got these people who come in here, either from Europe, Asia, Africa, the Philippines, and here they are spitting on the individuals who made all of this possible. They see what the hell's being done against us, but instead of the response being, you know what, this is wrong, it's unjust, why? How many of these foreigners say, I came from a place where injustice was the rule of the land, and here they are over here in a place where the injustice is far worse, far more strident, far more blatant, and yet their response is, you Negroes, you guys, you just don't work. They know that it's a lie. They know that black people, nobody works harder than poor. And that being the case, nobody works harder than black people. But what these guys also understand is that there's a racialist pecking order. And that the only hope that those who are not already part of the in crowd have to get something resembling less odious treatment from the white majority is that they got to dump on black people. That's the rule. It's been the rule for the longest time. When the Irish showed up, they had the signs up saying no dogs or Irish allowed. This place does not serve Irish. They were not hiring Irish. What they were doing was they were hazing the Irish. Make them a little hungry. Give them a couple of smacks upside the head. Let them know that this is the kind of treatment you can expect. Unless you show that you're dedicated to Team White Supremacy. Come on, you know the rules. There's a racial pecking order here. You'll never be at the top of it. That's not for you. But unless you want to enjoy being at the bottom with the rest of the former slaves, you better show your allegiance to Team White Supremacy. And what happened during the draft riots? You had a lot of these Irish immigrants and Irish and people who have been Irish migrants who were being told, you're going to be pressed into service in the war. Now, did the Irish decide that they were going to go after the ruling Protestant class in the U.S.? No, they didn't. What did they do? They went after black people. Boston, Baltimore, and Philadelphia, that's who the Irish went after. They decided, they showed the same kind of cowardice that they showed in Ireland. You know why Ireland still has the Anglo-Irish running things and the Anglo-Saxons in charge. You take a look at the industrial map of Ireland, and you see who actually slave catchers. Very few of them are actually owned by Irish. Mostly they're owned by Anglo-Irish, which are the descendants of British and Irish collaborators with Britain's occupation. Or they're just owned by outright Anglos altogether. And it ain't just Northern Ireland either. So the exact same cowardice that the Irish showed in Ireland, they showed that they hadn't discovered their guts over in the New World either. They were looking for a place on Team White Supremacy, and as soon as they had enough hazing and they showed that they could be counted on to uphold the old order, as soon as they had shown that they were going to uphold the racialist pecking order, then the designation of white was given to them. And the same thing happened with these other groups, like, say, the Italians, and this is one in particular that just makes me want to puke. The Italians, and we're talking about people who consider themselves to be educated, they love to wash your face with a little incident that happened in New Orleans. There were 11 Italians who got themselves lynched in the late 19th century. I think it was like 1890, 1891, because there was a police chief who got killed, and apparently some of the perpetrators, alleged perpetrators, they've been acquitted in trial, and what happened was apparently some of the good white folks decided they would get their hands on these Italians. At least 11 of them were hanged in public, and they were dismembered. In other words, they were treated like black people. They were treated the exact same way that black people have always been treated in this country. Now, that's pretty much the only such incident that occurred. But if you hear the Italian Americans tell the story why, they talk about it as if more Italians were killed by lynchings than black people were, the way they tell it. They love to wash your face with it every 5 seconds, trying to figure out some way to say, oh, see, we were treated as badly as black people, and yet look at our position. You see, you niggers, you niggas, you Mulianis, you don't do no work. That's what the Italians did. So you see how that whole pattern repeated itself over and over again. And the Hispanics, same thing. Going back to like the 1930s and 40s, you had the so-called braceros. These were Mexicans who were supposed to be doing work in the United States, day laborers and such. Apparently somebody missed their paychecks and sent them back home without pay, and I guess they've been nursing a grudge ever since. But you see the point that I'm trying to get across here. These other migrant groups, they have just basically very small, petty incidents, not even grievances, just small misunderstandings. And yet, as far as they're concerned, somehow that puts them in the same category as us. We got to make it clear. No, you're not in the same category as us. It's not being bashful about saying that. The reason that they keep trying is because they don't see any resistance from us when they try it. Part of the same reason why it is that our music culture gets raped. We're not protecting it. We're not sticking up for it. So everybody looks and goes, well, hell, if you guys can't be bothered to protect what's yours, well, then I guess that makes it ours, because apparently you can't be bothered to protect it. No. We are an exceptional people. What happened to us was different than what happened to any other group of people in the entire history of the world, including the Jews. You do not get to claim that what happened. So 11 Italians had a misunderstanding with their European neighbors. That's not the same thing as what happened to us. Because you got one incident, which was not even the result of a misunderstanding. The police chief actually got killed in New Orleans. A death actually happened. Emmett Till, nothing happened at all. The Jonesboro Boys, nothing happened at all. The Central Park Five, nothing happened at all. Oh, but they all went to jail or got killed. That did happen. So no, you don't get to claim that garbage. Every single one of these migrants coming in here, you guys, as soon as you set foot on American soil, that's it. The meter starts running. Here's your receipt. Here's what you owe. But I didn't do nothing. I had nothing to do with slavery. You coming over here trying to benefit from it, ain't you? Until black people are made whole, until this country is forced to divest itself of the ill-gotten gain that it has reaped off of our black backs, until black people are restored to the condition that we should have been in to the very beginning, which is having the resources that we need to ensure our prosperity and posterity, then yeah, the meter keeps running. All these clowns, all this freaking confusion. You got these folks who have made common cause with white supremacy, and they're trying to tell us to sit on our hands while they eat the food that we cooked, that we prepared, was supposed to be in our bellies, and here they are just scarfing up what the world's supposed to be in our bellies. Don't dream. Yeah, we know it's going to ruffle some feathers. We know it's going to make people mad, because what they're really angry about is there's an exceptional group of people here in the United States, and it ain't the people who allegedly founded the country. The real founders of this country, the ones who really built it, they're asserting themselves. And because of the fact that people have not had to hear this, nobody's been saying this, nobody's been speaking boldly like this, now they're getting all caught up in their feelings. You guys shouldn't be saying that. Well, why not? It's the truth. What they're mad about is we're reminding them. We're reminding them that the people who have been locked out, shut out, and systematically kept out are the very ones who made the United States possible. Everything from its prosperity to its culture, that's what we put in place. All this other garbage, all this imitation European crap that you see going on, that's what the United States would be if it wasn't for black people. Culturally, the United States would be imitation Europe, and a poor imitation at that. Whatever you think of as being actual Americana, it's actually actual descendants of slave culture. That's what it is. It's what we made, what we built, what we made possible. That's a fact. All these other groups who have brought their so-called culture here, what the world did they bring? It didn't catch on, not the way that ours did. It did not become part of the fabric of the nation. It simply became some interesting details, which is part of the reason why a lot of that stuff was eminently forgettable. This is the thing that our culture actually represents the culture of the country. Everybody else will be eternally foreign. Because the truth of the matter is, even the stuff that's supposed to be coming from Europe, classical music, that stuff still ain't thought of as American. The only classical music the United States has is jazz. That's America's classical music. It was the music that represented the heart and the rhythm of the city. Not a bunch of well-to-do genteel idiots out at their lake houses or in their lofts somewhere. You need a music that everyone can look at and say, yeah, this is the music of the nation. This is the heartbeat of the society. You don't get that from some hoity-toity clowns trying to play Shostakovich's greatest hits. It don't work like that. Small niches like that may make the 1% feel as if they're so much better than everyone else, but the very fact that you're trying to be better than everyone else means you're not like the rest of the society, which means that what you're doing is not part of the social fabric. And they're mad about that. They're mad about it because at the end of the day, they know that all their claims, all these other groups, their claims of hard work and all the rest of it, they know that it's a lie. They know that it's a fraud. But they need us to either be silent about the fraud or to agree with it. And what's happening is we're contesting the fraud. We're arguing with the fraud. We're disproving the fraud. As Dr. John Henry Clark said, when black people, those of us who were descended from slaves, when we start winning again, a whole lot of these folks who have previously been calling themselves, I ain't black, I ain't this, that, and the third, all of a sudden they're going to want to be black. Yeah, when our team starts winning again, all of a sudden that's what they're going to be saying. There were people who just a few weeks from now, they would never have been tolerating talking about reparations to a massive joke. But now that they're seeing that we can have an impact on presidential candidates, and they see the presidential candidates almost overnight are talking about reparations, or at least they're saying the words. We got the bastards saying the words now. Now they're looking and going, oh my God, it's possible. Well, where's my check? Wait a minute. And that's another thing that needs to be addressed. It's not merely a matter of whether or not you can trace your lineage to slavery, just to make sure that we don't have anybody who's coming from outside the United States trying to make claims to something that ain't with them. It's also a matter of, I think that we ought to be checking people's online presence. So if you've been running around saying or posting or poo-pooing the idea of reparations before now, or you were trying to just say, well, that ain't never going to happen, if you were somebody who was not a true believer or somebody who was basically saying, put
it drives me to serve you, to bring you the great news.
Nigga,
The
what?
great news that you are saved today. If only you will follow me and do as I say, so we can spend eternity together. Hello, sir. Do you want to be saved?
Oh no. Yeah.
Yes, desperately.
Well, that's wonderful news. You are. That's really all there is to it. Just do more good things and less bad ones, and we can be together for all of eternity.
You and me?
Me?
Yes.
Forever? Great.
Right.
Let's go, boy.
Rejoice! For you are saved today. Together we shall light up paradise with a holy light.
Come on now, boy.
That I embody through my
So do we go to Dutch? Let's go to the waves first. Pretty fucking fun. I'm not paying that bounty. Fuck that.
Out of the way!
Go on, get going.
Yeah.
was necessary. In that case, then great. Your share goes to somebody else, and that's what's supposed to be. People need to be made to pay a price for their actions. Actions should carry consequences. Yeah, you're gonna have a whole lot of folks who previously been denying being black, denying being descended from slaves, or saying that that doesn't matter or get over it. As soon as they find that it's time for the slaves to actually be compensated for their suffering, then all of a sudden, oh, that's gonna be the only thing that matters. And how many of these folks out here, these immigrants, are going to be claiming that their great-great-grandfather was an octoroon, or their great-great-great-great-grandmother was on a plantation in Florida somewhere? All of a sudden, you're going to have a lot of these folks, especially these white folks, who are going to be claiming that, well, I have a black ancestor in my family tree, and it's going to be a con, just like the $5 Indian thing, just like Elizabeth Warren. It's going to be a con game. They're going to be looking, trying to figure out how the world do they get what's meant for us. They ain't been saying nothing up until now because it ain't true. As far as they're concerned, hey, they're white, they got their position, that's the end of it. But all of a sudden, they're going to be telling tall tales, inventing all sorts of fairy tales about black ancestors so they can get something out of it. And we got to make sure that we call foul on the play. No, this is not about trying to separate ourselves from the rest of the sons and daughters of Africa, but we need to get it straight where we stand. We need to get it straight what place we occupy in the diaspora so that people get us right. Because a lot of the behavior that we've been seeing inflicted against us, it's been foul and wrong. Let's be honest here and just call it what it is. You take a look at Africa, what you find are one of two things. You find hideous dysfunction, not entirely all their fault, but it's still there nonetheless. And you got a bunch of folks who, if you watch them on the news or if you watch them on videos, they try to act like us. They try to imitate a black American slave, post-slavery dialect. They try to speak in the patois of those of us that descended from slaves. They try to do everything they can to copy us. We run around in sports jersey, and they want to do it too. So you got some guy in freaking Eritrea, or in Cameroon, or in Chad, or God knows where else, Namibia, South Africa, and they're running around with a number 23 jersey. And you see them in front of the camera, and it's yo, 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 and all the rest of this. You ain't never even been to New York. What the hell are you doing trying to imitate some black people from Brooklyn? What the hell do you sound like? You sound crazy. But this is what's going on, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who define what is seen as black in the eyes of the world. And quiet as it's kept, we've actually, especially under the horrifying conditions that we've been subjected to, we have represented the sons and daughters of Africa exceptionally well. As a group, and oftentimes, most times, in fact, as individuals, we have represented the global African diaspora very well and gotten very little gratitude in return. I could see it differently if those of us here in the United States who came out of slavery, if we were trashing the rest of the African diaspora, if we were trying to find ways to run the rest of the African family into the ground, I can see that differently. We haven't. In fact, we've been one of the few who have been flying the flag high and proud against unbelievable odds. We have been the ones who have been forging and attempting to establish an identity of Pan-Africanism that crosses all lines. We've been the ones looking at all of these foreign-born black people and their descendants, looking at them as one of us. Every time you look up and you see some African descendant who gets killed, whether it's Amadou Diallo or Akai Gurley, we've been the ones out there flying the flag for them. We did not care where they came from. As far as we were concerned, they were one of us. But the problem is, in too many instances, the sentiment has not been returned. And what's happening now is there has been a schism not created by us. Now, the schism is going to be healed in time. It's going to be. But first, what's going to have to happen is those of us who are descended from slaves, we're going to have to get enough power to make sure that A, we are protected from any further attacks, but B, we're also going to have enough power so that we can go ahead and knock some sense into the rest of the family. And we got to say it like that. We cannot afford to have any of these petty arguments or everybody deciding they're going to go this or that way, or the old tribalisms and factionalisms coming to the surface. People are going to have to, the African is going to have to once again be made to reunite. This is old. This is an old problem. You can go all the way back to Kemet with that one. You want to know why Dr. John Henry Clarke called the Nubian dynasties Kemet's last walk in the sun? It was because for the first time in 10,000 plus years, the two great houses of the Nile, Kush and Kemet, had finally been reunited under one roof. Now, it wasn't the longest dynasty, but it was by far the greatest because it was a restoration of a righteousness that had been missing for the longest time. Reuniting the African family under one banner. It's an idea whose time has come, and it's one that we have struggled with more than any other. And that's how we opened the door to let the Europeans and the Arabs and all the rest of the dregs of the world in. That's what happened. Because of the fact that we were too busy trying to fly the flag for whatever our particular street was, and didn't understand that the game was bigger than that. You go taking that message to Africa, you will not find a very receptive audience. Let's just call it like it is. The idea of African unity, there's going to have to be a working model for that instituted first, before you can have everybody else rally to it. And who better than us? But if we have anybody who decides that they're going to argue with that, they got something to say about that, they got a problem with that, that they have declared themselves the enemies of black empowerment. And when you look at what it is that those of us descended from slaves have done for the entire global African family, everything that we've done, we accrue that to the collective esteem and honor and reputation of us all. On the other hand, these foreign-born black people, in too many cases, not all, but the vast majority, as far as they're concerned, they're repping the flag for Ethiopia. That Ilhan Omar woman, she ain't flying the flag for anybody else except for Somalians, and as you can see, she's flying the flag rather poorly. She doesn't have the kind of support base that she needs. I guess she figures that the rest of us are going to come flying to her aid because she's criticizing Israel. Well, you got to balance the taken with the given. I got to see how much she and the rest of the Somalians in Minnesota have been repping Team Black Empowerment. How much have they been doing in regards to those of us who laid the stones that they're walking on? What's their attitude been? Have they been on the team, or have they been a team of one? See, we got to make it where there are consequences to not being on code. We got to make it where there's a price to be paid for not doing things right. You don't get to get your button a cracking because white supremacy has its foot 12 inches up your behind all of a sudden. But family, nah, you only get to call on family when you've been acting like family. And that's what we're going to teach a lot of these other groups. We're hitting the reset button. Dr. John Henry Clarke told you about that, and I've been quoting him heavily because the Grandmaster Teacher was ahead of his time on so many things. Prescient times 10. He said that you cannot have an alliance unless you have the power to punish the partners should they break the alliance. That's the reason why those of us whose ancestors came out of slavery experience, that's the reason why we got to get some power for ourselves. We cannot think, we cannot have a mature, intelligent conversation about building alliances with other members of the African diaspora until we first got some power that we can bring to the table. And part of that power is to make sure that people understand that when you enter into an agreement with us, you have any dealings with us, it's going to be honorable, it's going to be above board, ain't going to be no backstabbing, ain't going to be no backbiting, ain't going to be no dirtbag behavior. Because we have the power to punish you if you do it. And that's the reason why they're going to be left out in the cold. They have to be left out in the cold. We're going to let white supremacy have its way with them. And the reason why is this is called hitting the reset button. If we make it where even under these circumstances we decide that everything is everything and we're going to go back to what it was before, then it teaches them nothing. What it teaches them is, oh, well, all we got to do is to play these dumb descendants of slaves is, let's just say white supremacy's all over me. Hell, because they don't have any better sense. They're like Pavlovian dogs. They don't understand the nature of the game. No, show them no. Nobody's coming running this time. You're on your own. We will note what is being done to you. We will note how white supremacy is dismantling you. We will note it and say, see, white supremacy is on the march. But as far as flying to your aid, nah. In fact, we're enforcing the rules of one another. How many police shootings have there been? Plenty of them. They haven't stopped. But then the question becomes, how many of them have we been speaking out on? Well, ain't been too many people feeling like they want to call it white supremacy or call it racist. So you notice how we're not remarking on it? No, we're not keeping a daily tally of the latest police shooting of an unarmed black person. Because there have to be rules. Either we're getting on code or we're not. And if you're not on code, you will not be treated as if you're on code. We don't make any exceptions. People need to be taught what the rules are. We have to make the rules clear and obvious, and this is part of that process. We are an exceptional people, and we're going to start acting like it, no matter who doesn't like it. For example, if we just use this as a case study, take the Nigerians just in particular. Love the Nigerian family. There are many of them who have their heads on straight. There are many of them who have been a big help to us in the black empowerment sphere. There have been many of them who have been very much helpful to us. They've done good work, and they're going to continue to do good work. But unfortunately, there's also a number who apparently seem to think that they're on a different team altogether. What is to be done about something like this? When we have this kind of dichotomy going on, how is this to be handled? We got some fundamental house cleaning that needs to be done. We also got to make sure that we get the rules engraved in stone and very etched in steel, so that everybody understands. Because the last thing that we need is for what we're building here to be torn apart by its own internal contradictions. We need for everybody to understand that there is going to be a new order under the sun, and the new order is going to merely be a restoration of the old. And we're not playing games about it. But no one's going to be able to take us seriously, either within or without, unless we've got power. Those of us who are on this code, it's etched into our DNA. It happens to be in our bones, it's in our blood, it's in our molecules, because we've been enduring this for so long. And there are a lot of people, some of them who look just like us, who are scared of seeing us rise. Because the problem that a lot of them have is they didn't want to be black. They've got to the point now where they don't even want to be black at all. They're trying to escape blackness. And they'll try to hide their cowardice and their self-hate behind all sorts of kumbaya, oh, we're colorblind, etc. Well, if you're so colorblind, why does it bother you when you see black people trying to fight for our rise? Why does it bother you, the idea that you might have black people in charge? Why does that not sit well with you? A large part of the reason why it doesn't sit well with them is they've been completely bamboozled into the idea that black rule means black misrule. I can show you plenty of incidents where black people have been in charge and run things right. But the problem happens to be, at the end of the day, we are a people under siege. A few islands of black competence in a sea of white hostility and malignance is going to be a Herculean effort, beyond Herculean. It's going to be a colossal effort for us to be able to make sure that we have our integrity intact so that we are in charge, remain in charge, and are able to sustain ourselves. These are the realities. But there's a lot of black people who don't like that idea. The concept of black people being in charge, well, never mind the fact that you've got white supremacy ripping you off 5 ways from Sunday. Never mind the fact that your roads are crumbling, the bridges are falling apart while you're driving over them, the power grid is failing, the wars are breaking the nation's back, and the economy is disintegrating in front of you. I mean, black misrule is just so much inferior to the good white rule that we've had because it's yielded so many benefits. For the 1%, you don't even share in any of that, but you're terrified that the 1% of white folks who are in charge are somehow not going to be happy. That's a slave. And these are people who are not going to be of any use to us whatsoever. There's a lot of folks, in fact, 50% in fact, who are going to be left behind and of the necessity need to be. Not everyone's going to make it to the promised land. In fact, there's a lot of them who we don't want to make it to the promised land. The entire point of the 40-year wilderness running around in circles was to let that old generation die off. Because these clowns would have brought the same old backward mentality with them to the promised land, and before it's all over, they would have been marching right back to Egypt. Can we get our old jobs back in the slave quarters? Nah, forget that. We need a clean break with the past. We need to be unapologetic about it. We need to be strident about it. We need to teach people how it is that we are to be regarded, and we need to make sure that we stand up for that. That's going to be that a lot of these folks who've been playing this okey-doke on us and trying to pretend, playing the game of we're all minorities. Nah, you're a minority. I'm the descendant of slaves. Well, we're all people of color. My color is black. I ain't no person of color. I'm black. You be a person of color. You go ahead and be lumped together as a polyglot. I'm black. Well, we're all disadvantaged. No, we're disadvantaged. You're just occasionally inconvenienced. Don't compare yourself to me. We are an exceptional people. Those of us descended from slaves, we're exceptional. We're different. This is not about saying that we're better than anyone else, but I'll be damned if we continue the lie that somehow we are lesser than. Because that's what the white media tries to do, and their flunkies. And not all of their flunkies are white. But white supremacy is always trying to teach that black people are inferior. That's part of the reason why they like to put out so many stats saying black people are at the bottom of this, black people are at the bottom of that. It's to reinforce a narrative. Black people are at the bottom because they're supposed to be. Their condition cannot be changed. Once we start putting out there and aggressively making it known our condition is artificial, and it has been made to be this way, and we are targeted to make sure we're deprived of resources, that we are continually being attacked, kept under siege, harassed, never given a moment's respite. Whenever we try to build something, the forces of white supremacy and their non-white flunkies are immediately sent in to disrupt
This Aaron is not like abolitionists.
or to otherwise try to spoil it. Once that becomes firmly established, once we make it clear that we're going to do what it takes to stop this because we see it clearly, don't expect all of these minorities and all of these people of color, don't expect them to be saying, hey, it's a good thing that these black people are on the rise. They're going to be the main ones saying they don't like it. They're going to be the main ones saying that they can't tolerate this, that there's something wrong with it. These talking heads that you see, the children of immigrants, like Joy Reid and Angela Rye, when they see us getting to our feet, when they see us taking power in our hands, when they see us having the ability to call hands, look what they've done just in the last couple of weeks alone. You guys need to stop saying all of this stuff about slavery. Yeah, because what they're really saying is we've been the Negroes white supremacy's put over you, and our ability to keep our position is directly tied to whether or not we can lead you slaves around by the nose. And you guys are making it clear that you won't follow white supremacy's hand-picked bootlicks, white supremacy's overseers that they've installed in our community. These guys are scared that we are going to bust their hustle. We're going to put a jinx on their hustle. Well, they're wrong. We ain't going to put a jinx on the hustle. We're going to destroy their hustle. We're going to annihilate their hustle. We are going to utterly obliterate it. We will leave nothing of it, not even the memory of it. And since their entire existence is completely tied to that, well, there won't be anything to sustain them either. We intend to make sure that white supremacy is repaid in kind for every single bit of maltreatment that we have received. Every insult, every attack, all of it will be paid back in full. You know what you call that? You call that justice. The world has been fighting a centuries-long war to make sure this doesn't occur. These other groups coming in, here they are trying to eat off of us. They do not recognize what has been done to us, and they spend most of their time trying to make excuses for it. We cannot have people who are not on our side, and here we are trying to make common cause with them or trying to be friends with them. That won't work. No, it's time for us, way past time for us to be politically selfish. That's going to be the battle cry
it's a democracy.
2019. We are politically selfish. We must be politically selfish. That's what Dr. John Henry Clark meant by exercising the essential selfishness of survival. We have been selfless to our own detriment. We're now on death's door. We are now on life support because we've been trying to be everybody's buddy. Nah, forget it. Oh, these other groups, they're going to be criticizing you. These other groups, they won't like you. Well, you're just going to have to hate us. When we got power, we ain't going to be having time to hear your hate. And we won't care what you have to say because you won't have the ability to do anything to us. So your words will be irrelevant. Oh, that's not going to be very popular. Damn popularity, man. Power ain't about popular. In fact, power is usually the most unpopular thing in the room. It ain't got to be popular. It just has to get your way. That's what power's about. And these immigrant groups who've been coming in here, as they see that white supremacy is going to put aside the game of propping up these groups, as the ability to flood us with all of these non-black foreigners stops being an effective strategy, it loses its potency because we are successfully able to assert ourselves. We organize our numbers, focus our will, start choosing targets for political undermining and attack, and then we start getting our way. All of a sudden, white supremacy is going to be like, okay, well, to hell with this little strategy of propping up up these non-black foreigners. We are bringing in a whole bunch of them, and they're not doing their job anyway. All of a sudden, you're going to be seeing these guys getting cut off. And here they are going to come running back to us as they did 120 years ago. But that ain't going to work.
My dumbass.
That ain't going to work. These immigrants owe us just as much as these Europeans do. They owe us, and they owe us big. So do not ever let them run that con on you that they weren't part of it, so they don't owe anything. Zbigniew Brzezinski himself, an immigrant, said that if you want to correct the past, that's going to mean imposing some consequences for the people who may not have carried out the historical sins, but they benefited from it. That's the standard. You benefited from it. See, if you're European, you can go ahead and say that. You can say that for the Japanese, you can say it for the Native Americans, that's fine. Because it doesn't matter violence of all sorts, political violence, economic violence, social violence, and of course physical violence used in order to freeze that sick, degenerate order in place. Hey, that's all justified. So yes, this is a good time to start collecting the quotes from all the white people who over the last few centuries have been talking about even if the crime happened long before you were born, even if the crime was done by someone other than yourself, you got to pay the price for it because you benefited from it. Okay, it happened a long time ago, doesn't change the fact that the descendants of those people who were wronged are still here. That's the one that Jews have been using. Most of the people who were actually caught up in the Holocaust are dead now. And they've been getting caked off for 70 years. They've been getting caked off. And now their descendants are saying, well, the countries that did it are still around, so you've been paying us all this time. Why should you stop now? Okay, so when black people come along and say, well, you know what? We got a crime far worse than what happened to the Jews. And the country who did it, or countries who did it, they're still around and they're still living fat off of what they did to us, the greatest crime in human history. We're coming for our check, and we know you're going to kick up a fuss about it. We know you ain't going to like it, and that's going to make it so much sweeter.
Oh shit. Okay, you know what? My bad.
Strength and enough organization where we can start kicking the door. Our demand is going to be etched in steel. And the same way that you found white supremacy's flunkies like the breakfast schlubs and Charlemagne the Chump. This guy kills me. I'm all about what's for black people. For anybody who knows me for the longest time. This idiot's got a freaking book behind his head that says black privilege on it. That's meant to appeal to a white audience. That kind of stupid talk. And here he is talking all black empowerment. Yeah, everybody's black empowerment now. And the reason why is you see who speaks for the streets. I'm not interested in getting on anybody's show because at the end of the day, this ain't about trying to reach white supremacy's hand-picked flunkies and mouthpieces. This is about reaching you. That's who I'm trying to reach. You're the audience who matters because you're the ones who are going to get things done. You want to know why Kamala Harris is looking right now and wondering, oh my God, how do I get out of this fix I put myself into? It's because you guys responded the right way. You guys are what's going to determine victory or defeat. This will not be a fight overnight. It ain't going to be won overnight. White supremacy didn't take the world over overnight. We are not going to reclaim the world overnight. This is not going to be one and done. Please don't think that it all comes down to 2020. This is going to be a generational war. In fact, this is going to be the new normal. And if you ain't got what it takes to be able to put your foot to the metal and to be able to keep yourself engaged, keep the morale high, keep the energy high, and to be staying with this agenda for the next 25 years. If you can't keep this up in the next 25 years, there's no way. You're kidding yourself if you want to talk about keeping this up forever. If this is something that wears you down and it's just too much, it ain't happening fast enough and all the rest of that, that's the mentality you got that you ain't built for this. This is only for the doers. This is for the people who live this, eat this, breathe this, are this. And it's not even coming from a place of anger and that.
They promised me safety, salvation, paradise. All they're appealing to a fellow like me. Got to the point where I'd given them every cent I had, and I was ready to fall them off a cliff. I just got out in time. Maybe it was the turtles, or maybe it was just I didn't have the spine to go through with it. All seems ridiculous now looking back. But things we'll do for answers, huh? Anyway, sorry to ramble on. I
should get back to it.
Reckon you must be mistaken.
I want nothing to do with this.
What? Idiot. Easy.
Much we have righteous indignation, we have a righteous rage that must be satisfied. But the main thing that this comes from is the irresistible need that justice be done. Justice is the righting of a wrong. And yes, we have a right that that justice be retributive. There must be an element of retribution to it, not merely for the white supremacists who carried out the greatest crime in human history, but for those who have come here trying to figure out how to pick over the bones of our ancestors, trying to figure out what's in it for them. Everyone who perpetrated the crime and are now currently seeking to benefit from it after the fact. Stop being bashful about calling it out. It's time to hit the reset button. It's time to let everybody know that there's going to be a fundamental rethinking of what it is that you had in mind when it comes to us. All the old assumptions no longer apply. And when these migrants show up, what they're going to be finding is there's going to be less and less black people going to their stores until eventually there's none at all. And when they try to call themselves these immigrants who think of themselves as being so high-minded, doing their best white liberal impersonation is all they're doing. When they show up, they're going to be finding the conversation different because black folks ain't going to be looking to have friends. Oh, you don't mind being seen in the same room with me? Oh, I just love you. That stuff's getting left behind. It's going to be a new political maturity that's finally coming to the surface and asserting itself. We are going to start speaking in the terms that we should have been speaking in all along. And that's in the terms of our power. Notice the wording, our power. Not merely power, but our power. And when they have a problem with it, when they decide that they've just, oh, you guys, y'all aren't the way that you used to be. Y'all done changed. No. What's happened is we've thrown off the program interests. Recently, I talked about the premiere of Warner Brothers on. Sorry, AT&T's Joker movie, in which the psychopathic clown prince of crime, Batman's perennial nemesis, has a movie of his own, and the white males are absolutely loving it. For some reason, they feel that the Joker validates them. They look at the Joker, as far as they're concerned, the Joker is some form of ego stroking for them. And why is that? Why is that? Why the Joker in particular? You would think that if anything, they would simply say, well, sure hope Batman shows up, but they don't. They like the movie because they feel that he validates them in a way that Batman does not. Oh, Batman puts on his costume, he's supposed to be fear himself, but the Joker, well, what the Joker does is he kills people and he laughs while he's doing it, and for them, that validates them. But it's pretty obvious why it is. You see, it's not really the Joker that you have so many of these white males who are absolutely eating it up like it's something to eat. What they're really loving is the value system that's promoted here. They love the idea of what the Joker represents as far as the ethos of white supremacy. And you find it throughout their obsession with history, but only with certain historical figures. Why do they love war so much? Because it's the idea of killing that goes unpunished. That to them is the highest expression of the white supremacist ethos. The killing that goes unpunished. You can just kill as many people as you want to. Nobody's going to do anything about it. That's the reason why they love war so much. War is just their chance to finally go hog wild, and it doesn't matter how great the body count is. It doesn't matter what you do. You can engage in the most bestial behavior. You can just vent the most demonic, evil expressions of hate imaginable. It's stuff that you can't even imagine, and it's all good because you're never going to get in trouble. That's part of the allure of the military for them. Oh God, they hope that a war does break out so they can finally get a chance to heap the bodies up to the sky and no one's going to do anything about it. And for them, the Joker represents the domestic equivalent of the same thing, if not the police. But that's the ethos, which is the white man who goes on a kill spree, whether at home or abroad, and he's never punished for it. He can just do whatever he wants, no matter how depraved. Batman represents fear me or get punched in the face. It represents fear of the white man. And the Joker represents the or else. And it's not just Joker, we see this across the board. This love affair, this unholy fascination with the psychopath, with the sociopath, with the ruthless killer. They're historical figures that they love to lionize and canonize and idealize the most. Almost all have a connection to the military, all of which represent some form of either conquest or domination. And almost all of them the individual who gets away with it, because that's the spoils of victory. The spoils of victory are, I'm not punished for what I do. And it doesn't matter if it's Hannibal Lecter, Dexter, American Psychopath, the Joker, whomever. There's a whole litany of it. This has been going on for a damn long time. This is a value system that they feel is being validated. And by the way, just because these are fictional characters, you better not think that that makes them harmless. It does not. Aurora, Colorado, you had this white boy who decided, James Holmes decided, that he was going to paint himself up and dress up as the Joker when he went on his rampage in that movie theater. And he's not the only one. In at least the case of American Psycho, we We know that the author of the book that the movie was based on, Bret Eaton Ellis, he is himself an anti-black racist. So that gives you an idea of the mentality of the individuals who create these little white psychopath archetypes. See, they don't ever present any sort of black man in media as being some form of dark genius. You can't think of that. It's difficult enough for a black man who's supposed to be a protagonist to get any sort of shine in the white media. But as far as a black man who's the bad guy, forget about it. Oh, sure, you can have Dino Browns or whoever it was that Wesley Snipes was playing with Jackson. He was the bad guy. And he's only really has one or two memes that go around the black community. White folks don't consider him to be anything at all. You say Dino Brown to them, they don't know who the hell you're talking about and don't care. And sure, there's a few white folks who may know about HBO's The Wire. Oh, yeah, they like Stringer Bell because they think that Idris Elba was a good actor. Oh, you know, you got this black gangster doing some gangster stuff. Sure, they can get down with that to a degree. But at the end of the day, Stringer Bell is nothing more than a charismatic drug dealer. He's not some dark genius. They don't consider him to be eminently quotable. And there's nothing about him that they feel validates them. No, as far as they're concerned, they ain't trying to walk in the shoes of Stringer Bell. They ain't trying to walk in the shoes of Dino Brown or Avon Barksdale or whatever niche black bad nigga figure you can think of. There is a highly racial element to all of these psychopaths that have crossed over into mass consciousness that so many white people in particular think are just the greatest thing ever. They're just so hyper fascinated with. As black people, we can't understand that because that's not what our value system is based on. It's not based on ruthless killing that you can get away with. White history is tracked by its wars. Black history, traditionally from Africa to the Americas, has been tracked either by kings or been tracked by social movements. It's been tracked by events, but the events weren't wars. And the reason why this issue has gone completely and thoroughly unexamined is that the white media pushes the idea that white psychopaths are some sort of dark genius, painting them up to be bigger than life, that these guys have some sort of unseen brilliance. Well, it's not that these guys are just a bunch of narcissistic scumbags. It's a matter of, well, it's more complex than that. And they elevate these guys to the level of cult heroes like Jim Jones, responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people, most of them black. White media makes him out to be some sort of pseudo-antichrist. Oh, he's just as worthy of being known as any religious figure. Just the fact that he killed a bunch of folk, responsible for killing mostly a bunch of black people. Let's put him on a pedestal. And this is what a lot of these white males are seeing. And to them, this is validation. They're social misfits and outcasts, but it's not because people can see that they're sick and dangerous because there's something wrong with them, but rather because of the ignorant masses who simply can't fathom the depths of these brilliant white guys' genius. White media's so-called news reports on the latest mass shooter as if they were covering some sort of human interest story. They talk about his job, they talk about his friends, and they make sure that everyone says, oh, he was just so normal, oh, he was just so normal, you see, never would have suspected, oh, just so normal. And when people, inevitably, when you meet the people who say that, oh, he wasn't, well, it's a matter of, let's give him about 2 seconds and then get him off the TV screen. In their online stories about mass shooters, as long as the mass shooter's white, you have to read almost a paragraph or two before they even tell you the guy's a mass murderer. And in many cases, probably most, they don't even mention the fact that the guy's a mass shooter in the headline. Talk about burying the lead. Oh yes, family, the white media is clearly protecting something. Yeah, it's white males specifically that they're protecting, but it's also the social code of white fiat that they're defending. What does fiat mean? Fiat basically means because I said so. Don't take my word for it, look it up. White supremacy is an idea. And as I've always told you, institutions are the guardians of ideas. That's why institutions exist. A dedicated organization who is there for the sole purpose of protecting a particular idea or ideal. That's the purpose that institutions serve. And the white media is, without doubt, an institution, arguably the most vital, certainly the most influential institution under white supremacy. When it comes to social conditioning, when it comes to mass brainwashing, controlling the public mind, the white media is where indoctrination meets the public mind. People in the society get a non-stop diet of white media lies, obfuscations, distractions, diversions, excuse-making, and mental gymnastics. The white media is where the absurd magically becomes plausible. But of course, it's not magic at all, it's simple psychology. People mostly remember whatever they hear the most. So if they hear a lie the most, that's what will become the accepted official version of events. And the same goes for white mass killers. Since the white police almost never kill some mass shooter or some white person who commits a heinous crime is almost always taken alive because that's their code. We, as a result, have been able to amass a long-standing and well-documented history of these mass killers' confessions in their own words. Tons of documentation of these mass killers explaining exactly what their thought processes were, from Charles Manson to Timothy McVeigh. They all give some pseudo-sob story because the white media made it clear for hundreds of years that no matter how reprehensible a killer's crime is, if they're white, they're going to be sympathized with. The white media makes sure to remind the public that a white criminal is always a human being. In fact, they stress that he's a human being first. His crime, well, the crime, that's because nobody ever decides to tell the big, simple truth about their behavior. The public mostly accepts that. And of course, no one in the white media actually ever challenges these blatant lies. Timothy McVeigh killed a bunch of children in the Oklahoma City bombing. But when asked how he felt about it, it didn't bother him in the slightest. And when asked how he could justify killing children when he himself blamed the government for the same crime, he blamed the government for the deaths of children and said that's why he had to blow up the Oklahoma City. That's why he had to blow up the Alfred Murrah building. He compared the children that he murdered in that nursery to stormtroopers from Star Wars.
Yep.
Well, they were in the same building as ATF headquarters, so that basically made them no different than stormtroopers. These kids didn't know anything about the government. Probably had no idea that there was any sort of government office where they were. Dang sure not ATF wouldn't know what the heck that was anyway. And not to go into psycho white killer territory, kids in a nursery that just happens to be in the same office building with the ATF was renting space in, that's not the same as Randy Weaver's gun-toting teenage son. Timothy McVeigh's justification for the murder of children, it was contradictory and ridiculous. But then again, it didn't have to make any sense. He knew it didn't have to make any sense. He knew that he was a white man in a society where his crime only accrued to him, and that he lived in a country whose social climate was set by a racist media who would inevitably and did treat him like some sort of mad genius. Timothy McVeigh's crime was not about him. It was about the entire overreach of the government. Oh, it was about the conflict between some of these right-wing activist types, some of these would-be survivalists, and it became a whole political question about militias versus the government and possible governmental overreach or possible militia overreach. But the point is, that's what it was about. Race had nothing to do with it. Never mind the fact that you have a country that was supposed to be ethnically diverse, and yet this was a tug-of-war, an argument between a white government and some self-styled survivalist white citizens. Why is it that the racial aspect never came to the fore? Timothy McVeigh was a devotee of that racist novel, The Turner Diaries, which was exactly the kind of thing that he was acting out. See, The Joker and Hannibal Lecter and the Turner Diaries, they may seem like crackpot fiction for you. For these white males, when they live in a society that it not only allows them to do whatever they want, but encourages them to do whatever they want. They can take any flight of fancy, especially the more racist the better, and they are free to act on it, encouraged to act on it. As far as they're concerned, stuff like the American Psycho and the Turner Diaries, these are life options for them. These are choices to be made. To kill or not to kill. That is the question, though one that they've already got a pre-planned answer for. That's the message that these white killers take away from the white media. Shocking killings, especially the ones that get a lot of headlines, that's the way to get people to remember your name. You're going to teach them to take you seriously, whether they want to or not. Oh, so it's about fame, right? Well, fame is what rich people get. Fame is what movie stars and politicians get. But for the working class or otherwise anonymous white male, the unaccomplished white guy really doesn't feel that he should have to do anything. And as far as he's concerned, why should he bother? Oh, he's so put upon, he's so victimized because, hey, nobody's been more historically disadvantaged than the pale males, right? Well, for him, he doesn't worry about fame. Fame is what Tom Cruise and it's what President Bush are interested in. For the anonymous white male, the genius in his own mind, he'll settle for infamy. In fact, that's what he's supposed to have. He's been denied by the society, mistreated by the society. He's not like those white guys who have been mollycoddled by the society. Never mind the fact that practically all these white killers come from backgrounds where they had families who had means. At the very least, they were treated a hell of a lot better than the average black teenager who follows the rules, does what he's told. They have delusions of persecution, and to them that justifies anything that they may want to do, or whatever justification that they're not able to do in their own minds. That's okay. The white media will come up with some flim-flam bit of verbal vomit in order to justify their behavior, so they'll be covered one way or the other. But that's what these guys, they've made their peace with the idea that's what they'll settle for. Among white people, they kind of define who the winners and losers are. The winners are the people who actually get their names out there, who get into a movie or get a big music contract or make it into high office. Those are the winners in white society. Well, what do the losers do? Well, the white folks who have to settle for not being a A-list celebrity, who don't become rock gods, who don't become heads of state. What do they have to settle for? They settle for infamy. These white people over here, they became famous by doing something good, or at least doing something legal. And the others, well, they'll just do something horrifying. The more the better. I can't be the head of state, so I'll be the king of the mass killers. The white media will show a large amount of deference for them either way, no matter what life choice they make. White celebrities who take drugs and get nabbed for some terrible crime, the white media simply says that they suffered a fall from grace. The angry white male who predictably goes on a shooting spree, he gets defended by the same white media with headlines asking, what made him snap? But in both cases, neither the famous nor infamous are made to take responsibility for their behavior, so long as they're not black. If you're black, well, you are responsible, even if you didn't do it. Oh, some black person held up a liquor store, allegedly. Well, the whole black community is accountable for that. You're all responsible for that. That's just how you people are. So this built-in white media support provides a huge incentive to whatever would-be white, mad, dark genius is out there who wants to do whatever. So even when these white men concede that their victims didn't deserve to die, they nonetheless blame their victims anyway. So what's the real point these white killers are making? The point is that they have a divine right to kill. There clearly was no other thought process going on in their heads. They chose some target, and the target could have been chosen. I mean, you look at these targets, they were practically chosen at random. They come up with a rationale for it almost as an afterthought. just a matter of wherever I can kill some people at, that's okay. Klebold and Harris, who shut up Columbine, these two were a couple of anti-black racists. In fact, they'd even said that part of the reason why they were going to do it was because they wanted to kill some black people. Never mind the fact that there was a total of only a handful of black kids in their entire school. Out of all their victims, only about one of them was black. But they didn't seem to care about that. See, there's the rationale and then there's the real reason. Timothy McVeigh, the government kills kids. But you killed kids. Yeah, but those kids, they were like stormtroopers in Star Wars. They weren't real kids, you know.
Wow.
The white powers that be have done all sorts of backflips and mental gymnastics, and they've pretzeled their forked tongues in knots trying to talk around the issue. In the past, they called for a war on poverty. And right after that, Richard Nixon's war on drugs, which became the white politicians' issue du jour, whether they be on the left or the right. A war on crime, a war on crack, all of these things just being used as euphemisms for black people. Oh, if we're going to have a war on drugs, then aren't we going to have a war on meth? No, we don't need a war on meth. That's the wrong response. Well, with all these mass shootings going on, why, it's a battlefield in the streets, so there's going to be a war on mass shooters, right? Wrong. Even the right-wing nuts who claim that guns don't kill people, people do. Well, where's their proposal for punishing mass shooters? Where's their proposal for a war on mass shooters? See, if you got some Muslim in California who goes on a shooting spree, well, we need laws, we need police to get tough, we need to punish proactively, we don't need to wait until the next mass killer, we need to do something now to get these guys. So what about the next white male who runs to a school and shoots it up? Well, you know, you can't control everything, you know. You never hear them saying that you can't stop terrorism. You can't stop these radical Muslims. So, well, you can't stop terrorism. You basically have to just accept it. Why? You can't control everything, and that's just the way it is. We have to accept that there are some things that are beyond our control. No, they say to move heaven and earth. They say to arm the military and the police to the teeth, to deputize the public, and drop bombs on every square inch of the Middle East. These white NRA types who have no suggestions about what to do about white mass shootings, they are not at all apathetic when it comes to radical Islam. But when it comes to mass shooters, all of a sudden these same zero-tolerance right-wing types are only too glad to sit on their hands and shrug their shoulders and say, well, you know, it's kind of hopeless. There's some things we just have to accept. Because the radical Muslims are not white. And the mass shooters almost always are. One of them represents a problem for the white status quo, while the other one represents their freedom as they see it. The presidential primaries are already underway, and not one of the Democrat candidates is making a crackdown on mass shooters into a plank of their political campaigns. Not even one. So it seems that Parkland has already been forgotten. And David Hogg and all of his friends, and David Hogg himself has revealed himself for what we pretty much were sniffing him out to be from day one. He wanted to, it's amazing, he wanted to use that shooting as a platform for his own political, social ambitions. The Democrats ain't going to be helping him out with that. As far as if one of his ambitions is to make sure that Parkland doesn't repeat itself, to make sure that Parkland becomes the springboard to meaningful change regarding gun control, well, regarding reining in the white males who go on killing sprees, well, he better wait for some other political party because the Democrats ain't in his corner. The closest the Democrats have gotten to actually tackling the issue was the cynical dodge of calling mass shootings a public health issue. Gee, where have we heard that phrase before? Oh yes, it's the same thing that white politicians say whenever asked about the meth epidemic. They don't talk about more prisons for mass shooters. They don't talk about the police doing stop and frisk on white males just to make sure you ain't packing heat. They don't say anything about one strike, because when it comes to guns, you don't need to wait for 3 strikes. 3 strikes is too many. 1 is enough. Nope, none of that. No Rockefeller laws regarding white male gun ownership. No talk about harsher sentences and tougher laws. No talk about zero tolerance, because when it comes to guns, you can't afford to have any strikes, so it's got to be zero tolerance. No, none of that. Meth is used almost exclusively by white people, so we can't look at it as something to be punished. We need to give these people counseling, not prison. Why, these are human beings. We must never lose sight of that. Why, I got some folk in my family who are strung out on meth. That's what the white politicians did. And this is the same hands-off rhetorical strategy that we hear. This is the entire point. You think the Democrats want to do something about mass shootings? They're running a game on you. They know that that's not their goal. You're the one who's pretending as if it is. If you want to curtail or stop any sort of activity in society, then you do it by punishing it. That's how you curtail it. That's how you stop it. By punishing it. This wink and a nod attitude by the white authorities they're not fooling anyone. Well, let me rephrase that. They're not fooling those of us who are honest about the situation. A lot of other folks, they are being fooled, because the truth of the matter is, there's no cure for stupid. Mass shootings are a sanctioned crime, just as the 2008 economic banksters were not allowed to be punished. Whiteness trumps the law. Frederick Bastiat once wrote that when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. Folks, that sums up white supremacy in a nutshell. They have created a legal system filled with police who look the other way or otherwise give a wink and a nod to all manner of white supremacist criminality, DAs who refuse to charge or who lowball the charges, judges who throw the case out altogether, or if they can't do anything else, they give the lightest sentence possible. And then they got a white media that pushes and promotes the idea that these guys are evil geniuses.
Another damn cry in the sky.
They overwhelmingly control all venues of the society, most damningly law enforcement, and as a result, they have bestowed upon themselves blanket immunity from the law. This is an open conspiracy to never punish one another unless they commit some ghastly crime against a white person. Otherwise, nothing will be done to them. It's blatant, it's racist, and this is something, an evil that dare not speak its own name. Well, I'm going to speak it. Under white supremacy, being white, especially a white male, is not the same as being, say, a black person. Because white power dominates every aspect and arena of life under white supremacy, and white power has acted very differently than practically every other demographic in the society. You cannot say that if I claim that I'm a white man, that means the same as a black person. No, because the two manifest themselves very differently in the society. When a black person breaks the law, they can expect to be demonized by the white media, to be pursued and arrested by the white police, to be given the most aggressive prosecution by the white authorities, and to receive the harshest punishment under law. What will not happen is that they'll be sympathized with, that the white media is going to do puff pieces talking about the jobs this person had, or maybe they owned a business, or this person was loved in the community, or nobody ever thought that they were like this. It's going to be a hell no. We're going to give you the rundown of every bad thing that we can say about this guy because he's black. They won't have anyone portraying them as a dark genius. They'll just be a violent Negro, just another violent Negro who was nothing more than a mad dog on the loose. And society's better off with this mad dog put down or put in a cage. And he can also expect that the white media, the politicians and academics will attempt to racialize whatever crime he committed and to be able to convict the black community by proxy, to pathologize the black community that, well, Pookie or Ray Ray allegedly did some crime and then the entire black community is to blame for it or otherwise accountable for it. And who will be the ones who do all this? It's going to be the same white supremacists who turn a blind eye to every mass killing that takes place. We have seen the weaponization of whiteness. It's been effectively weaponized. Under white supremacy, the white media is owned, run by, staffed by, and presented to you by white people or their non-white surrogates. No matter the skin color of whomever the presenter is, the message they deliver is always the same. If white people, particularly white men, do something bad, then that's just one guy. It has to be compartmentalized and isolated only to him. And by the way, you have to sympathize with him because he's a human being. The killer is never presented as a demonic psycho. There's never an attempt to look into his background so we can see how dirty he is, how many people he's hurt, how many laws he's broken, how much trouble he's been in, and why the society didn't move in on him and everyone who looks like him sooner. A white criminal is never pathologized. No link is ever drawn between a white criminal and the fact that he's white. It's always an isolated incident. Mass shootings are never presented as yet the latest example of white psychopathology. Instead, it's watered down to and reduced to nothing more than a mere gun control issue. A public policy debate about the Second Amendment. That's all it is. A Second Amendment issue. It's a constitutional discourse that we're having. It's certainly not racial. Don't bring race into it. Okay, well, there was one person who shot another person on the south side of Chicago. Granted that there were no suspects caught, so it could have been the cops for all we know, but we'll have the white media say there was black people anyway. And, well, that's not a Second Amendment issue. That's a black community issue. Okay, then how is it that all these white guys go on all these killing sprees? That's not a white community issue. Most of their victims are white. Only difference is they kill a lot more people than Poopy or Ray Ray do on a Saturday night. No one ever asks what the hell is going on in white homes that causes this to keep happening over and over and over and over again. Nobody asks, is there going to be some moral courage that takes place in the white community that causes them to have a discourse about it? When is white on white crime going to get put on the map? What politician dares to say it? None of them do. Because they have defined white as a tabula rasa normalcy. And because of that, when you say white, you're saying normal. When you say white, you're saying American. When you're saying white, you're saying right. So there is no need to say white. American is a euphemism for white. There is no need to say white because law-abiding citizen, law and order, what have you, whatever crap, as long as it's something complimentary, then that, by default, means white. As long as you're talking about anything that means well-adjusted and happens to be good-natured, well, that means white. It's things like thug and super predators. That's black. This type of discussion is not merely muffled, it's censored altogether, primarily by the white media. They treat it as something other than what it clearly is, and as a result, the public has been conditioned to look at it as something other than what it is. The white public, white males in particular, are never told that this kind of behavior is dead wrong. Instead, the message that the white media sends is that their behavior is basically acceptable. You'll have white liberals who will not directly confront the issues, so white killers never have to have anybody point out, hey, this is wrong, and look what we white people are doing to one another. And white people on the right either defend the preferred means of white male lashing out, unfettered access to guns, and a society that refuses to act as if it's white males carrying out these massacres, so these killers are shielded from ever having to hear that they're wrong. In fact, it's quite the opposite. They are encouraged and validated. They basically get two narratives that are merely variations on the exact same theme. It's the society who's to blame, either for not having done enough to take care of said angry white male, or perhaps he was bullied, or perhaps he didn't get enough affection from his mother, or perhaps some other bit of psychological babbling which doesn't mean anything. It's all just excuse making. It doesn't matter what kind of pseudo-psychological gibberish that they try to cover it up with. It doesn't cover up the smell. And on the right, it's a matter of, well, it's these liberal lawmakers or what have you, but nobody ever talks about punishment. That issue will not come up. Society is responsible for the latest white male who decides to go on a shooting spree, either for what it did or what it didn't do. But who's not responsible is the killer himself. And don't ask us to get proactive. We only do that if we think that we can get some black folks. The white left and the white right are working together to help to promote this fraudulent message, because neither one of them focuses on prevention, and none of them are going to bring up the issue of hard punishment. Nobody's going to say, what are we doing to put laws in the books if we start policing these angry white males the same way that we have always policed black people? Why? We could stop these mass shootings overnight. That won't come up. No one's going to make that into a plank of their policy platform. Nobody's going to be calling themselves running on that idea, even though that's the very idea that they require. Hillary Clinton will never describe any of these white shooters as super predators, even though there's a mass killing on a near-daily basis. No, she instead prefers to talk about hard-working white people. Psychological masturbation by the media, by the precisely the kind of garbage that makes it where they feel like they're not doing anything wrong, or at the very least, they don't have to face up to what they're doing. This encourages the next mass shooter. And in these guys' minds, they have taken a leave from reality. When someone has everything handed to them and is praised nonstop without deserving it, without earning it, that is a surefire recipe for a fragile ego. Because what you've done is you put them in a circumstance where they're getting rewards without having done anything for it, which is completely backwards. They're never called out, never challenged on anything, never corrected, never told the word no. And they're never told that their behavior is wrong no matter what. So what happens is they are endlessly validated and rewarded for nothing. So they do not know and do not care about what the consequences of their behavior are, because they've been conditioned that they should expect and that you owe them praise no matter what. That's what it comes down to. And then somebody like myself comes along and says, hey, there might be something wrong with this, and heads explode. Well, let them explode. I'm taking a page out of the white media book. I ain't taking responsibility for the mess. People's heads want to explode because they don't like the truth. That's their problem, not mine. My problem happens to be that you've got a situation where the next mass shooter is already oiling up his AR-15, and he's decided to choose some target at random. Not because the people in the building or in the church or in the school or in the movie theater or on the street did anything to him, but because he's a white male and he's angry because he is, and everything he does is justified, and he has the right to kill if the society doesn't kiss his behind with sufficient adoration. And these mad genius archetypes, this is just Hollywood jumping on the bandwagon because they know that there's a lot of white males who want to see these daydream, psychotic versions of themselves. That's the kind of daydreams that the white males have. These white males have daydreams of being Hannibal Lecter. They have daydreams of being Dexter. They have daydreams of being American Psycho. They have daydreams of being the Joker. In fact, if you look at what a lot of these white guys have been saying the last week about that Joker trailer, the main thing they've been saying is, yeah, the white guys have been getting kicked around for too long. And it's time to show them we mean business. It's kind of like after Donald Trump got elected, you had all these white males running around saying, America is back. America never went anywhere. All the drone strikes in the Middle East increased substantially under Barack Obama. What the hell are you talking about? America gone. America's footprint in the world became bigger under Barack Obama. The only difference was he wasn't as obnoxious as George Bush. That's the only difference. So when they say America is back, what are they really saying? They're saying white men are back. We're back in charge. The white man is back. That's what they really mean. Well, for the last couple of years, Especially in the movie theaters, if you're a white guy, you've had something you hadn't seen before, which is non-white males who are becoming some of the biggest money makers at the multiplex. Black folks, we don't get bent out of shape about this kind of thing because we have real problems in the real world. But for the white males, they've already monopolized the money, the power, and the resources. So for them, every sort of petty bitch and gripe that they've gotten, that seems we don't like what we're seeing at the movie theater. That's their biggest concern. You can tell people who are looking for something, anything to get outraged over. You have a black stormtrooper, and that's white genocide. Yeah, that's what, for them, rises to the level of an outrage. There's less black people in the new Star Wars movies than there were in George Lucas's movies, and yet that ain't enough. Because when somebody is hideously insecure, when someone suffers from a perpetual inferiority complex, you can never reassure them enough. So you've been seeing online, no doubt, these guys have had one pathetic jihad after another. Pop culture seems to be the place where they think they're going to amass, because it's not that they care about pop culture. That's where they see a lot of the young white males at, and that's why so many of these hate mongers have glommed there. That's the reason why. They said to boycott Black Panther. Well, we all see how well that turned out. Black Panther was a complete failure at the box office now, wasn't it? But it succeeded. They went on Twitter, and I remember reading about how there were people, white supremacists on Twitter, who were passing around videos taken at a completely unrelated event years ago with some black people and some white people having a fight in the parking lot of some movie theater. And you had white supremacists on Twitter saying, look, this is video of some black people beating up some white people at the Black Panther movie premiere. They did that on the night that Black Panther premiered in the U.S. Now, Disney, showing that they have upped their game, they were on that on Twitter in a heartbeat and started shutting those accounts down immediately, blocking and having Twitter block and ban those people. And then afterwards, you had these same white males who were using, I guess, their alternate accounts or something and saying, oh, we were just joking, we were only kidding. The hell they were. But that just shows you to them, Black Panther being a financial success, that's a threat to them. That happens to be an intolerable threat. That is a threat to their very existence. And here they are, they're using all the same bullcrap talking points that may play well in their small white supremacist circle, but doesn't play anywhere else. And when the would-be boycott of Black Panther failed to materialize, it wouldn't have worked anyway, because boycotts generally don't work. They just can't understand why. They've never had to actually understand anything. And when the world has been twisted, misshaped, and warped beyond all recognition into a butler that panders to you and tells you nonstop how great you are, you don't need to understand the world any more than a picky eater at a restaurant needs to understand how the restaurant he's sitting in came to exist, how the waitstaff came to be there, where the food he's bitching about got to his table, or who made or even brought it to him. All he has to do is sit down and enjoy the unearned and undeserved meal that he's getting, and yet he still feels compelled to whine about it anyway. It wouldn't be so bad except for the fact that there's a white media that takes every white whine and gripe and elevates it to the level of great import and treats it seriously. This is something we should consider. See, white society has tried to mount one half-baked boycott after another, and if they weren't so arrogant, they could have asked us and learned from us why that's not a good idea. And the thing is, they may think to themselves that they're putting a thumb into the eye of the society that refuses to value them, because, you know, let's face it, if you go to the movie theaters right now, how many of those movies actually star white guys, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Basically all of them. This is what they've been reduced to. Having nothing real in their empty little lives to do, they see real people taking real action against real forces of antagonism, whether it be the civil rights movement or whether it be the black empowerment movement, and it reminds them how empty and vacuous their own meaningless existences are. So at long last, white supremacy has reached its asinine and absurd conclusion. White males own everything, control everything, have gotten everything, and yet they whine the most about what they don't have and what they're not getting and what they think they're owed. Racist trolls who think anti-black memes are somehow meaningful. You got white males who obsess over white genetic purity and bodybuilding, preparing for a war that's, in truth, a war that most likely isn't coming. White male hegemony is not going to be toppled from without. It doesn't have to be. It's already rotted from within. This white male-dominated order won't have to be knocked down. It will simply collapse. At this point, what they're hoping for is that they can get rid of all of the black folks before they themselves crumble to dust. And that's what you see going on right now. Because in the meanwhile, these mass shooters in waiting, they're going to do plenty of whining and plenty of shooting and plenty of pretending to be victims, even if they can't tell anyone who or what is victimizing them. This pathetic subculture of habitual bitching and whining and moaning, this is what they think of as manhood. And again, it wouldn't be so dangerous if it wasn't for the fact that they had seized the levers of power in society. Because of that, they have the ability to give themselves de facto immunity from law. There should be people lined up to stop them, but the problem is they've gamed the system to make it very difficult for those individuals to enter into the arenas of authority. And then they've got all sorts of back doors, they got all sorts of roadblocks and tripwires to make it where any attempt to punish them gets short-circuited either by some racist white supremacist judge. Look at the Jason Van Dyke trial for an example of that. Or if you got a judge who actually does follow the law, well, there's going to be some appellate court or some parole board who will look and say, well, he's white and we ain't punishing him. This is what's going on right now. So no, I do not believe that any of this is incidental, because it's not. The media does not reflect any sort of random choices. The stuff that they're putting out there is stuff that they want to be out there. The media is not in the business of entertainment. They are in the business of mind control. And part of mind control is to acclimate people to absolutely outrageous social norms. That's part of mind control, to get people to accept things that they normally would consider to be completely and thoroughly reprehensible and unacceptable. So don't let any of them hide behind that garbage about it's just a movie, not for them, it's not. Listen to how they're reacting. Look at what these guys are saying. Look at how vicious and aggressive their response to all this has been. As far as they're concerned, this is a dramatization of how they feel that they would like to respond to all of this unencumbered non-white male as they see its success that's going on. They're seeing something, people who don't look like them, who at the very least, just because a couple of movies that don't even benefit black people, by the way, but just because a couple of movies show some people who are not white males as being the winners in the movie, and that the non-white people are not reduced to being nothing more than a sidekick for the white guy. As far as they're concerned, somebody needs to do something. As far as they're concerned, well, they empathize with the Joker because they feel like, yeah, I look at that trailer and seeing the Joker getting slapped around and people laughing at him and kicking him in the cojones, and they just, here he is, he's reduced to nothing more than a joke. Yeah, that's what they think of us, but they don't know. They don't know what we're capable of, but they're gonna find out. It is never just a movie when you have a segment of society who sees psychopaths and killers as being their validation. To them, this is a matter of, yeah, we're going to teach you not to mess with the white guys, because if you do, why, you better believe there'll be some vicious, horrendous death waiting for you. And the best part is, we're going to be revered and hailed as a dark genius as the result. This encourages killings. And that's not what we need. We need for this kind of subculture to be called out, We need for the individuals practicing this to be pointed out, and we require punishment for this kind of behavior. Punishment is what's called for, not a big budget motion picture. A lot of you have no doubt been waiting to hear what it was that I was going to say about this, and to be perfectly honest, I know that you probably noticed, gee, no Thursday evening address. You want to know why? It's because the conviction of Bill Cosby doesn't rise to the level of me deciding that I was going to preempt the Wednesday posting that I put up. First of all, don't ask me to be sad that this happened. Some of you out there, it's amazing. I mean, some of you guys out there are despondent, and I don't even know why the hell you are. Bill Cosby was not and never has been on our team. He had money, but he didn't have power. And he's finding out the hard way that he wasted the last 50 plus years of his life on things that didn't matter. This is not a good thing for us, Bill Cosby being convicted and all that. And yeah, the white supremacists are partying and they're patting themselves on the back for a victory that was all but assured. It's amazing they didn't get him the first time. It just goes to show how weak white supremacy is, that they need multiple bites at the apple now. But you know, even though it's not a good thing, it's not necessarily bad either, because it only reinforces what we already knew. A lot of you guys out there needed a hard wake-up call. You were so busy watching some of the white supremacists cracking up that you didn't understand that these guys were regrouping. Though it is significant in one regard, white supremacy is showing that they want to be totally open with how the law does not apply to black people. I told you that Bill Cosby was a proxy for all of us, and this is the message that's being sent. This is a notable escalation in that regard. They started off with hitting Bill Cosby up with a civil trial 13 years ago, and they told him that if he made some incriminating statements in the civil trial, then they would take his hush money and go away. That was a scam. All you gotta do is say that you did it, give us some details, and we'll go ahead and take a small payout, and that'll be the end of it. They even told him that they would seal the deposition. Nobody has to know. Case closed, right? Well, not if you're black. Because a black man has no rights that white America is bound to respect. And you thought that went away, didn't you? Bill Cosby certainly did. Because now they're showing him the very whore who he made the settlement to turns right around and spearheads a criminal case against Cosby. And what do they use to push this criminal case? They unsealed the very deposition that he made during the civil trial. And that was the whole point, to weaponize what seemed to be only a civil matter into a criminal case. That's one of the little new scams that they're doing. They're getting a lot bolder, but then again, this is not really them getting bolder. It's them returning to how bold they've been, just shameless about it. When you're black, there is no such thing as a civil case. Anytime, if you're black, that you're dragged into court, it is a criminal case. And there's no such thing as sealed documents. White supremacy means fiat. It means that they have arbitrary power. They could do whatever they want. They could declare your court records sealed on Monday, declare them unsealed on Tuesday, convict you on Wednesday, and then declare your records sealed again on Thursday. Cosby and those who think like him, they're the ones who are surprised. I'm not. You shouldn't be all that surprised either. The DA and the judge were blatantly working together. Cosby has so many grounds for appeal, it's not funny, pun intended, but don't expect for the appeals to be a slam dunk either. Because this is not about whether or not you got the law on your side. This is white supremacy. Declaring that it has arbitrary power. It has veto power over its own laws. Or rather, it's declaring that its laws don't apply where black people are concerned. From the rigged jury to the improper evidence and testimony that was allowed in, the DA and the judge wanted a conviction so badly they gladly broke every point of procedure. This was all about making a racialist point. This was a racial political statement. This was white supremacy erasing Bill Cosby, erasing his accomplishments, erasing the fact that he destroyed the lie that a black-led TV show simply wouldn't work. By the way, those media executives still haven't recovered from that, because every time they wanted to say, "Oh, we can't greenlight some black-led TV show," black-led TV shows don't work. Everybody would say the Cosby Show. They'd be like, "Damn, you got us." But as far as the criminal trial went, I told you guys about the book When Corruption is King, and in it Robert Cooley said that it's more important to know the judge than it is to know the law. That is pretty much the only salient lesson that I think can be taken away from this. It's the only thing that I think needs to actually be expanded upon. Where black people are concerned, every trial is a kangaroo court. The fix is in. Now, it doesn't have to be the case. We don't have to be walking into a courtroom with a bunch of white supremacist thugs with law degrees gunning for us. We don't have to be sitting here letting ourselves be the target of one legal judicial lynching after the next, but that's going to require us to make some big changes. First of all, it's going to require us to grow up and get serious. Bill Cosby was so busy thinking that he was scoring points by putting a few, very few, cherry-picked black kids into college. Instead, what he should have been doing was using his money to buy politicians, to install people into positions of authority so that they would be in a position to make sure that they wouldn't attack him. Or if anyone tries to attack him, that they can protect him. You want to know why neither the investigations nor the prosecutions of Harvey Weinstein have ever gone anywhere? You want to know why the current so-called investigations of Harvey Weinstein seem to be fading into the background? The authorities are going to let the matter die a natural death. You want to know why that's happening? It's because for years, both the DAs in New York and Los Angeles and about 2 other dozen cities around the world are friends with the Weinsteins. They made sure to contribute to the campaigns of people who they knew and they had an understanding with. Oh yeah, Harvey Weinstein and his brothers spread plenty of cheer around. Hillary Clinton isn't the only politician that Harvey Weinstein knows and has put money into the pockets of. For those of you who think that this verdict is some great tragedy, that's fine, but this tragedy wasn't inevitable. No matter what anyone tries to tell you, it was not a fait accompli that Bill Cosby was going to wind up in prison no matter what. There was absolutely nothing he could do to avoid it. What's the old saying? Nobody plans to fail, they just fail to plan. The time to plan for a rainy day, however, is when the sun is shining. I've told you time and time and time and time again that the biggest down the apparatus necessary to protect that money. We amass a little bit of money, but we refuse to put in place the people necessary to protect us. When you get some money as a black person, you have become a target. I did a whole video about the truth about Roger Ailes, why he's not going away, and I pointed out that when white men get their hands on some money, first thing they start doing is they start using that money in order to shore up their position, to insulate themselves. Black people, on the other hand, we seem to think that it's cute to brag that some white person at a stoplight was mugging us because we're driving a nicer car than they drive. Always forgetting that it was arch-racist Mark Furman who said that when he saw a black man driving a nice car, he made it a point to pull them over. So the police target you when you drive a nice car. That's what I'm trying to say. But what also needs to be said is, so do the other badge-wearing trash like the DAs and judges. Whenever these white folks see you, and no matter what level they're at, if they have the authority to be able to persecute you, they see you doing better than them, they're gunning for you. You need an equalizer. That equalizer is to make sure that you've got people who are going to act as your early warning system and as your protection squad. To a white supremacist, your money is a threat. It's a threat to the racialist pyramid scheme that they depend upon. A scheme that they put in place. It's a threat to their peace of mind. So as long as we're down and out, they can sleep well. Because their position is still guaranteed, still secure, and hasn't changed. But a black person with money means that a seismic shift in the racial tectonic plates is taking place. And a lot of black people with money means an earthquake has occurred. A tsunami that could wash them away. Their white privilege and power is under threat. To secure your position from white supremacist persecution at the local level doesn't require a lot of money or votes. The problem, however, is black folks have better things to do. Well, Bill Cosby apparently did too, and now it seems he's going to have plenty of free time on his hands. Problem is, it most likely won't be outside of a jail cell. Dr. Claude Anderson told you why having the local politicians in your pocket is a must. Bill Cosby was so concerned with showing everybody that he was a big shot. He was going to buy NBC. He loved it. He loved those covers. You know, Bill Cosby's trying to get NBC. This was the white media warning one another, don't sell to Bill Cosby. He didn't seem to understand that. But he was so busy thinking that he was hot-shotting it with all those articles saying that he was going to buy NBC. It never occurred to him that he wasn't putting first things first. Instead of just sending kids to college, he should have been grooming future DAs and future assistant DAs and future judges and people who were going to be in media. So that whenever this white supremacist onslaught began, there would be people in a position to make sure they could speak out and fight back. That there wasn't just this narrative of Bill Cosby needs to go down. And yes, I know about the bed wench who acted as the front Negro for this courtroom lynching. That assistant DA, whatever that piece of trash's name is, I know all about her, yeah. The reason why putting a phalanx of supporters